Abuar, how you doing, bro? Avanon, how you doing, sir? Welcome back. Welcome back. Dude, Twitter has been crazy. Yagrish, how you doing? Welcome back. Welcome. I have a feeling I haven't seen you in a very long time, Yagrish. Volition, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is a good day. It is a good day. I've just had a nice meal. Lodi, how you doing, bro? Now I'm sitting down. We're going to be chatting. We're going to be playing some video games. Life's good. Oops, I'm on an alt account. Lodi looked like the right account, but all right, no worries. Why do you have multiple Twitch accounts? What are you playing at? Oh, yeah. I completely forgot it's Thanksgiving. Hey, happy Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen. How fortuitous. My 500th stream is on Thanksgiving. What do you know? What do you know? I should probably change my title here and just say happy Thanksgiving for all of my American brothers and sisters. Can possibly be just be your 500th. No, but it's the 500th since we've moved away from mainly World of Warcraft streams. You know, back when I would basically come online and we would just talk World of Warcraft stuff, or we would play WoW. So I wowould never play anything other than WoW. I would never talk about anything other than WoW. This is the 500th one that it's whatever. 2,500 time to ramp those numbers up. Sleep deprived because of stress. Other than that, good. Also internet shit today, so watching in 360p. How are you? Abuar, I cannot complain, but why are you stressed, sir? What's happening? Ugh. Man, I had a nice meal. You guys have no idea. I had chicken breasts and burgers wrapped in bacon. Oh, that was good. The chicken breast was the bun. I used chicken breasts as buns, like bread for burgers. So it's just like chicken, beef, bacon wrapped beef in the middle. That was very good, actually. Now I need to make that, BRB. Bro, good luck. It is good. It is a good meal. Bit of spices up there. If you do eat sauce, you can add a bit of sauce. It is beautiful. Hoss, good afternoon to you. How are you, sir? Bureaucracy? Oh, how you are. I know the feels, man. I'm just tired. I don't know why. I think I slept shit. What sauce recommendation you got for me? So I don't do sauce because sauces have too much sugar in it. But if you do want to make a pretty decent sauce, something that I do like on occasion if I want to like treat myself, I guess. Bit of mayo, bit of ketchup, and chutney, like a peach chutney or something. I don't know if you guys have chutney or if you can buy chutney in the store. You should be able to. Mix all three of those together. Dude, it makes one of the best burger sauces slash almost like a kind of island sauce kind of vibe. But it is beautiful, especially with chicken. Not quite with beef, but chicken beef combo. It really goes well with the chicken. Razor Connor, 18 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, sort of like a cocktail sauce, but the chutney adds a sort of fruitiness to it, which is really nice. Little BBC, how you doing? Did you order the new book yet? Which new book is that, Little BBC? John Zillen, how you doing, brother? I hate you, Elodie. From Chris Mason? No, I have not yet. Pringles, how you doing, bro? There's no point in pre-ordering from South Africa because we will only get the first batch of books about 3 months after the book goes live in the rest of the world. That's how all the other books work, so I don't expect this one to be different. In fact, the last Warhammer book, the one about Lionel Johnson, is still not available in South Africa, and it's been almost a year. So in South Africa, we don't pre-order books. We wait for them to arrive, and then we just read them. There's no point in pre-ordering. Turkey Day at Accolade, I am blessed. I'm happy to be here. I completely forgot that it's your Thanksgiving. In South Africa, Black Friday already started today for a lot of stores. So the town is just crazy. Pringles, if they do not Warhammer care packages yet? Yeah. Well, I mean, he sent me 2 miniatures, and I got those. So I think Avowed might fail. Pringles, to answer your question. I think up until maybe, let's say 3 months ago, if a company went super woke, like for example with Baldur's Gate. So Baldur's Gate is a super woke game in terms of the politics that it has in the game. So you can make Baldur's Gate as woke as you want or as unwoke as you want, depending on how you decide to play. You can either play 100% no wokeness or you can play max wokeness. It really is up to you. And that was fine. People didn't mind that. But I feel there's a major shift that has started to happen, and I'm starting to notice it everywhere. Trump's victory, and I don't want to make this about Trump or about politics, but it is sort of related. Trump's victory, I think, kind of emboldened people. It made people realize that, hold on, I don't have to put up with this bullshit. I don't have to be okay with this stuff. I can say screw off, and it's okay. You know, it seems like all people needed to hear was, I'm not alone in not liking this stuff. So I kind of feel like, at least at the moment, any game that isn't actively anti-woke is probably gonna get nuked by the player base. I can see it online. I can see it in my own experience. I don't want to play Avowed, and I will not play Avowed. I refuse. And I don't even care if pronouns in character creation is the wokest thing in that game. I will not fucking play it. You can take your pronouns and you can shove it up your ass. I don't want it in my video games. So we've sort of reached a point now where if you even skirt or flirt with the idea of woke nonsense, it's over. The player base doesn't want it anymore. We've run out of patience because we've asked nicely, we've begged, we've tried to support games that are at least trying to be good, but all we keep getting back from the gaming industry is an unrelenting wave of hatred. The developers hate us at every single turn. Now the question is, why the hell would I support that? Why would I buy your game if you actively claim you hate me? No, you can shove your game up your bumhole. I have more than enough games in my backlog to play for a long time, right? I can outlast Obsidian Entertainment. I can outlast BioWare. I can outlast Bethesda. I can even outlast Microsoft. I have games. I'm perfectly fine to play my old games because at least they weren't woke. Unbreakable, how you doing, bro? The game just looks ass. Dark Messiah from 20 years ago and still looks better than this. Woke diversity erases and replaces. True, bro. Like 100% couldn't say it better myself. It really is a case of the far left cannot create. They create nothing. They simply corrupt. Now, I don't want to use biblical examples, so I will use J.R.R. Tolkien. The far left is sort of like Sauron and like, who was the guy that he served? I'm blanking now. Who is the big bad that got nuked? With an M. It is an M, right? What's his name? Morgoth or Malkor. Norman Lady, how you doing? They're kind of like the far left is Malkor. They're Sauron. They don't create. They corrupt. So whatever they touch, this, by the way, have you ever wondered why they never make things in their own IPs? They don't create their own IPs and ruin those. They stick things into our IPs and then destroy those IPs with their own nonsense. The Witcher TV series is probably the best example I have for that. When you watch the Witcher TV series, it is so clear that the creator of the Witcher TV series doesn't want to make a series about Geralt. They don't want to make a series about Geralt. In fact, if they could, the series would entirely be about Ciri and about Yennefer. Because that's really what they want the show to be about. But they know that if they just wrote their own universe with one weird chick that can't do magic, but can actually do magic, but has no idea how to do magic, and another weird chick that, without the sort of interplay between her and Geralt, just comes off as a dick, no one will watch it. So instead, take the Witcher IP, which you know guaranteed you'll have millions of viewers for, corrupt that, and then try and sell that to the audience as something akin to, I don't know, something good. And I think the audience has just reached the point where we're no longer interested in this nonsense. I'm no longer interested in what in anyone's politics if they are even slightly woke. I mean, even slightly woke. I have no interest in it. You can take your stuff and you can leave. Tubor, are you talking about the woman who runs the show, the showrunner? I don't know who the writers are. I know exactly what she looks like, the lady who runs it. If you're asking about who the writer is, I can't pronounce his name. The Bogs, of course. He's a Polish guy, I think. She tried to do her own show, and it became the worst rated show in Netflix history. That spin-off Witcher show. Oh, crap. Yeah, you're right, actually. Chronic, how you doing, bro? Yeah, it just shows you, right? They can't make their own stuff. They don't know how to make their own stuff because they have no talent. All they do is corrupt. It's what they do. Yeah, but Z-Vengeance, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's Andre, I'm assuming. But then there's Sapkowski? Or does Polish also have different letters that sound like or look like our letters, but isn't our letters? Sapkowski. Well, now Z-Vengeance is saying it's pronounced Andrei Sapkowski. Whatever. Dalaman, how you doing? Porzolazo, how you doing, sir? Don't you produce content through the source, or am I missing something? Tubod, don't I produce content through what source? Ghost Fryer, how you doing, bro? Kiki, how you doing? And I am very happy to have all of you here. Even though for some of you it is Thanksgiving. I appreciate you guys spending it with me. You know, I'm honored. Profile, I do not want to do Monster Hunter lore, but thank you for asking. Like movies based on comics, like Marvels. Tubod, you're supposed to create TV shows using the source. Right? That's the idea. That's why if I were if you go up to a game or you go up to a book, an author, and you say, listen here, I'd love to make a show in your universe, you want to do what they did with the Lord of the Rings movie. Have you guys ever watched a documentary about the Lord of the Rings movie? The amount of painstaking care they took to try and be as as respectful to Tolkien's universe as is possible. In fact, I heard the director say this. We tried to stick to what Tolkien wrote because it's Tolkien and he is better than any of us. Right? That's the level of respect. He so loved Lord of the Rings that he wanted to honor it by turning it into an actual film. And then you have whatever this new Lord of the Rings TV show on Prime is, where you can so clearly see in Rings of Power, they dislike most of what Tolkien writes. They don't like Tolkien. They just know that Tolkien's work is the perfect vehicle for them to push their nonsense into everyone's, sort of TV screens. Yola, how you doing? Elodie, well, there was always going to be differences, right? But at least in the movies, the differences made sense. He said we didn't want to put our own politics in it, literal words. Primary, but that's how it used to be, right? We don't want to put our own politics into it because, well, it's Tolkien. He wrote the politics the way that he wanted to do it. And our politics don't matter in this. And that's all I want. Like, I don't care if you vote left or if you vote right. I don't care if you're the biggest communist on the planet or if you're the biggest, I don't know, whatever they call us, fascists, I guess, on the planet. When you make your game, those politics don't belong. Forget your politics, leave it at the door, make the game. Don't preach, no, just make the game. So yeah, I feel like the audience is just reaching a point now where the audience has become actively anti-woke. So before, the audience was more, what's the right phrasing? Up until about 3 months ago, the audience despised woke, but now the audience has become anti-woke. And so the audience no longer accepts even hints of wokeness. If they spot even a lick of wokeness, that is it. Enough. I don't care. I will not play this. So yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. I personally, I want Avowed to fail. I know it sounds terrible to say that, but I genuinely want it to fail. We don't need a government here. Wait, are you from the same country as me, Z Vengeance? Get it out of my games. Did you already vote for Game Awards categories? No, I did not, Diffin. Why would I vote? It's rigged anyway. Like, do people really think that the audience vote matters? Primary, I fundamentally agree with you, yes. I think what a lot of people make the mistake of thinking all of these people, right? All of these university professors and these game companies and the studio devs and so on, that they're all just super evil, masterminds trying to propagandize the entire world. But no, you are correct. There's a few people who are trying to do this. The rest are just what they refer to as useful idiots. Now, I have bad news for the useful idiots, because if we go throughout history and we look at what happened to the useful idiots, so in this, we look at Moscow, specifically Russia during the Communist Revolution. We look at Mao's China. We look at Pol Pot's Cambodia. We look at Idi Amin's Uganda. And we find an interesting little nugget within this. The useful idiots, in other words, the people who pushed for change, the people who really sort of riled up and fought on the side of the culture war, they were the first to be killed the second the dictators got to power. The true believers, in other words, the useful idiots, because they're true believers in this communist utopia, they were the first people to get killed. So if, for example, Hassan and those people got their way, Hassan, Vosh, these people would be the first to die. Like 100%. They would be the first to be taken out. Pringles, because they're troublemakers. They're activists. And the thing is, activists are super useful to dictators when the dictator isn't in power. An activist is a real problem to a dictator when the dictator is in power. Because remember, Hassan and Vosh and these guys are going to expect certain utopias to be introduced, right? It's now time for utopia. And when this dictator doesn't deliver on utopia, Hassan and Vosh and these people might start to make noise again about we need a new leader. So you kill the useful idiots, you get rid of them as quickly as possible, either kill them or jail them, because you now want to stabilize. So the whole point is, you use the activists to disrupt the country, and then you want to kill off the activists as quickly as possible so that you can bring stability. And oftentimes what they will do is, I think it was Lenin actually that did this. They had these youth groups running around just absolutely destroying Russia. When they came into power, they promised to put an end to this stuff, right? To bring the nation back to normal. And that's exactly what they did by killing and imprisoning all of the activists that were doing all of this stuff. Because they're just useful idiots, and their usefulness runs out eventually. He's more of a pacifist. He bails out whenever he's challenged on any of his points. Would just call it. But Z Vengeance, he's still an activist in the sense that he still makes a lot of noise, right? Speaking of Russia, their currency just plummeted. I heard that, but I have not seen any evidence of that, Grofel. If you can provide me with some evidence, I'd love to see that. Any type of activism, even pro-dictator activism, is dangerous to the dictator because they act independent. Or yeah, the dictator needs everyone to play by the same rules, right? So scary. This is why US is truly best country. Our constitution is unmatched. Primary axiom, I agree with you that America is the greatest country on earth. And far be it from me on Thanksgiving to disagree with America being the greatest country on earth. But I would like to say, in terms of literal wording and in terms of the, I guess, the coverage of the Constitution, South Africa's Constitution is better than the American Constitution. Allow me to explain. The South African Constitution contains everything that the American Constitution contains, except it's more modern. So the writers of the South African Constitution looked at all the ways in which the American Constitution went wrong and then tried to write against that. The problem, of course, in South Africa, and this is what America will learn in time, a constitution is just a piece of paper. And if the government goes, we don't think we care, there's not much you can do. And in South Africa, our government just went constitution, constitution, and they just do whatever the hell they want, right? So the constitution really doesn't matter because who gives a shit, right? It is just a piece of paper. So yeah, constitutions Constitutions work as long as everyone agrees that the Constitution has to matter. Yeah, but literally one ruble is worth less than a saint. Albuar, but what was it until, like, say yesterday? What was it yesterday? Let me check. Okay, so here we have the Russian ruble. Let's do 1 year. So it sort of went down. You can see it is quite low. Like, not gonna lie, it is quite low. But then again, you have to remember, this is a 1 year average. Let's go 5 year max. So it hasn't really fallen that far, just to be clear. Like, if you look at this, right? So 5 years ago, it was 16 or less than, it's not even 16 cents for a ruble, right? Not even 16 cents. But then it sort of dips even more. Then it goes back up and it goes down to what? 0092? So not that far, actually. It's if you look in real terms, again, even if you look in real terms, it's about half of the original, but less than half of the original value. But you can see it's already going back to the normal one. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I know very little of what happens in Russia. What do you think of the BRICS? I think the BRICS is... I think the BRICS is mostly useless. I think the BRICS makes a lot of noise. And it's a bunch of countries that desperately want to feel as if they matter. But if you look at the actual countries that are part of BRICS, so you have Russia and you have Brazil, right? Not Brazil. You have Russia and you have China, who are basically like the only two countries that really matter in that initial alliance. And then you recently have India that has become a very strong country within the alliance. But when you look at India, India doesn't share Russia and China's hatred for America. In fact, India is far more of a we'll do business with everyone kind of country. India doesn't really care. They're not anti-West. They're also not pro-East. They're just sort of like whatever, you know? So for India, it doesn't matter. You say yet, Parcelazo, I don't think India will ever choose sides. Because India right now loves the fact that almost every business in the world is opening branches there and giving their people businesses and jobs and stuff. So India doesn't care really who brings what money to whom. They just don't give a shit. As long as they make money, right? For them, that's all that matters, really. And I think India is also a much better partner than China. Because India... If India were to become the second strongest nation on Earth, India would still not really pose a threat to America or the West, because India doesn't want to pose a threat to anyone. They're perfectly happy to just do business, right? And they're fairly free. I don't know much about India, but they're a fairly free nation. I think they have democracy there. So probably they're a fine nation to have. China, Russia hates the US. Brazil is also part of that, but I don't think Brazil hates the US either. It would be stupid for Brazil to hate the US because the US is way too close to Brazil. So Brazil would probably also want to have some kind of good relationship with America. So really you have this, and then there's South Africa, who doesn't know what the hell they want to do. All South Africa really wants to do is sue Israel for some stupid reason in some stupid made-up court that no one gives a shit about, right? That's basically South Africa's place in the world. We have lawyers and we're not afraid to use them. So no one gives a shit about South Africa. So let's just call it the BRIC nations. South Africa is just sort of tagging along. So you have Russia and China, both hate the West. But then you have India and Brazil, who don't hate the West. So you sort of have a coalition that isn't coalesced around anything. Right? That's not a good coalition to have. To have a strong coalition, you need a coalition that is coalesced around a single goal. And they just don't have that. So I personally don't make much of the BRICS nations. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think the importance of the BRICS nations has been wildly exaggerated. All BRICS really is a way for China to try and get more influence, because China realizes that their free ride to the West is coming to an end, and they're hoping that they can get the rest of the world in a position where the rest of the world has enough buying power to pick up the slack. I think that's what China wants. Right now, the rest of the world doesn't have the money that the West have. China's biggest moneymaker is exports. So if China loses the West's exports, China go bankrupt quick. China knows this. So if they can form economic alliances and help other nations to start becoming rich, China's hope is that they can sell their stuff now to other nations and make up the shortfall with the West pulling out of China. So it's also important to note that Russia actually hates China. Russians don't like Chinese people, and Chinese people don't like Russians. This is very important to know. And the reason I know this is because I know a Chinese girl who works in South Africa, and we spoke. And I was like, well, you know, you and Russia, though, you guys hate the West, right? And she literally spat. She said Russia spat on the ground. She hates Russians. And it's apparently a huge thing. The Chinese can't stand the Russian people. And the Russian people can't stand the Chinese people. So it's sort of like this weird sort of, I guess, marriage that is only out of necessity. So if Trump can fix the relationship between Russia and the West and get Russia closer ties to the West, I think Russia would leave China alone. Like, China would stand alone. Russia wouldn't stick around. Tariffs, baby, tariffs. John, yeah, there's a lot of noise being made about tariffs. Trump's win was so huge, I escaped Iran because we're Bahi family, and Islam hates us and oppress every single one of us. We're celebrating Trump's win. All the youth in Iran love Trump. Oh, yeah, dude, even in South Africa. I will never forget. I have a shirt. It's downstairs now. But I have a shirt that it's the American flag, and then it's just a bunch of guns on it, right? And it says at the bottom, size does matter. Just a bunch of AKs and stuff. And I was wearing that shirt on the day that Trump won. By accident. I wasn't wearing it because I was planning some big thing. I just, by accident, I was wearing that shirt. And I went outside and I'm in public. And people are literally walking past me going, "Go Trump." Because they think I'm American because I'm wearing a shirt with the American flag on it. So they think I'm American, and people are just going, "Go Trump." Yeah, man. So here in South Africa, people are also very much pro-Trump. I mean, so yeah, people in South Africa at least love Trump. I know at my church. I won't say too much because there are some never Trumpers in my church, but the overwhelming majority of people in my church are super big Trump fans. John, no, I don't think I could have an American accent. I do not understand how the left is sounding the bell about tariffs on China, but are willing to tax their own people. If tariffs are just taxes for countries, we'll get on board. KB3, so to be fair, the people on the left are not wrong about tariffs, but they are wrong about why Trump wants to use tariffs. And that's what annoys me. Because, well, technically speaking, tariffs isn't a tax on foreign nations. If you place 25% tariffs on China, the Chinese government isn't physically paying those tariffs. They're paying it in a sort of roundabout way. So the way this works is all of the companies in China that exports their goods to America will now have a 25% surcharge charged on top of the price of the good, to the consumer. So really, it is the consumer that is paying the 25%. But the reason you do tariffs is to disincentivize people from buying Chinese goods and instead buying American goods. And the reason Trump is doing this is he's trying to force American manufacturers to bring their factories back to America. Because as long as their factories... So let's do two examples here. Imagine AMD and NVIDIA, okay? Now, let's say NVIDIA decides, screw that, we're going to leave our factories in China, we'll just charge the consumer 25% extra. But then AMD says, no, we'll move our factories to America. Now what happens, and this is theoretically at least what should happen, when you walk into the store and you see the NVIDIA graphics card and the AMD graphics card next to each other, and you see that the AMD graphics card is 25% cheaper than the NVIDIA one, you're going to buy the AMD one because, well, the NVIDIA one is too expensive. Now, Trump is actually he wants to go 200% tariffs on China, which means that for a 4090, you will be paying MSRP $2,500, $2,600. That is what the 4090 will cost you now, versus AMD's for $1,000 because it's produced in America. So the idea is you force NVIDIA to bring their factories back to America and to leave China. But now there's also some interesting ways in which Trump has said he wants to utilize tariffs. So Trump actually wants to use tariffs as a new sort of way to force countries to play by the rules. So, for example, if Mexico doesn't secure their border, Trump puts a 200% tariff on all goods coming from Mexico. This hurts Mexico because a lot of what Mexico imports or exports into the US are goods that are already grown in the US as well. You know, you think of things like avocados or beans. Well, avocados and beans are also grown in the US. So now when you walk into the supermarket and you see tomatoes that came from Mexico versus tomatoes that come from, I don't know, California or wherever, you look at the California one and you go, dude, this is like, what the hell's going on here? This is $4 for 12. This one is $24 for 12. I'll take the one with $4, right? And then what happens is the companies in Mexico start to pressure the Mexican government to secure the border. So now Mexico goes, okay, fine, we'll secure the border, just remove your bloody tariffs. And Trump goes, cool. All right, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I just wanted you to do your job. I just wanted you to play by the rules. And as long as you play by the rules, no tariffs for you. We can freely trade. But the tariffs are always there as a scare tactic. You know, they're there as a deterrent to say if you don't, so rather than having to go through sanctions and shit, you just tariff, right? That's how Trump wants to use it. And it can be smart or it can be really dumb. It depends on how you implement it. Canada, and they ask, what did Canada ever do to deserve this? And half the replies were elected Trudeau. What I saw that really bothered me is I saw people saying Trump wants to put tariffs on Canada. And then people were saying, good luck, morons. Everything you buy is about to get more expensive. And my immediate question would be, what exactly does Canada make that you guys buy in the US that you can't just buy from the US? Is Canada some secret manufacturing giant that I don't know about? Okay, but you do have local maple syrup as well. I'm pretty sure it's not Long Island. There's one, what's that? There's a state that also does maple syrup. The pancake waffle lovers will die out. It might be Vermont, right? But I know that America produces its own maple syrup. And the second that tariff goes on to Canada, there will be other places that start doing maple syrup as well, right? Because now there's a gap in the market. So what exactly is going to be so super expensive? Like, does anyone really care about Canada? Just to be fair. Swanky Tiger, but I also think the US almost certainly has more than enough of its own electricity that it doesn't need Canada to provide it with electricity, right? So it is possible for specifically America to, get their shit together. But then again, I don't think that Trump wants to simply put tariffs on Canada. Like, everything that I've heard, Drink Kiddo, how you doing, bro? Everything I've heard in all of the speeches and stuff that Trump has done about the tariffs, he constantly says the same thing. We will apply tariffs to people who don't do their jobs, right? So to people who don't fly right. Those are the people who's going to get tariffs. So it's not like he's just going to go outside and just go, right, tariffs for everyone. We're now paying extra for everyone. I'll give you guys a great example. South Africa, all right? The US has one of the most bonkers trade deals with South Africa ever, where America just buys a shit ton of chickens from South Africa. For no reason. You guys have more than enough chickens in America, but in order to help our third world little nation, you guys buy a crap ton of chickens from our farmers. I don't know why, but you do. Congratulations. This deal was struck under Obama, and South Africa is super happy about it because there's a bunch of farmers that make crazy money selling chickens to Americans for obscene prices. But South Africa, at every turn, has undermined the US from a national security perspective. At every turn. The US starts with sanctions against Russia. Guess who doesn't join the sanctions against Russia? South Africa. The US supports Israel. Guess who sues Israel and is actively anti-Israel? South Africa. The US approaches South Africa. Now listen to this. The US approaches South Africa and offers South Africa to do war games. A nice bit of military exercise. Help out the South African military, figure stuff out. The South African government tells America to go F themselves. We don't want to do war games with you. The next month, South Africa is doing war games with Russia. This is a country that has an extremely one-sided deal with the United States and uses this one-sided deal at every turn to its own advantage, but will give the US absolutely nothing in return. In fact, actively standing against the US. A country like South Africa is going to be one of those countries that's going to be tariffed out of their assholes by Trump. And here is what I think the South African government is about to wake up to. Because those tariffs will most likely also apply to imports. And guess what? South Africa produces nothing. Nothing. We don't make anything. We import everything. Every single electronic device in South Africa comes from the US. So if Donald Trump puts a 25% or a 50% tariff on consumer electronic goods into South Africa, the South African economy collapses the next day. And not China or Russia can help the South African economy with that, because South Africa is playing with fire. These are the nations I think that Trump is going to go after, and Trump is going to hit with tariffs. And as a South African, we deserve it. Because we keep thinking we're big dick because we have China standing behind us and we can poke the bear, and we don't seem to realize that if the bear bites, the bear is going to take our heads off, right? Because we're like a little chihuahua in front of this Great Dane or pit bull, right? It doesn't help that we have like a slightly smaller pit bull behind us, because the pit bull in front of us can kill us with one bite. Albiwar, we produce diamonds. We are the largest diamond producer in the world. But it is scary once you realize that diamonds are really useless. And you can make diamonds in the lab for industrial use, right? You don't have to mine them. The only reason they're mining it at the moment is because it's cheaper than making it in the lab. But if you have, you know, crap tons of tariffs and stuff against you, then it suddenly becomes cheaper to just make it in the lab, right? So, yeah, diamonds isn't much. South Africa does have a lot of raw materials, like loads of raw materials. And so, yes, South Africa is an important nation, but none of the raw materials that we have in South Africa you can't find anywhere else, right? Like, it's nice because you can find so much of it in one country, but you can just go to other countries to find it. Pete Dudley, 35 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Far too kind. All South Africans have their own private mine in their backyards where they get precious gems. Of course, we got Elon. We got yours best export. KB3, not just the you have Elon, sure. But then you also have De Beers, which, by the way, also a South African company. But guess what? It's now an American company. But it was founded right here in South Africa. And then they realized, wait, it's much easier to just be in America instead. So you have De Beers, which basically exploits the diamonds here, but then sends it to America. You have Charlize Theron. I don't know if we should be proud of that, but she's one of ours too. Who else? Oh, we have Driekus. He's kind of cool. I like him though. De Beers, Razor Connor. De Beers. So DE space BEER S, I guess. De Beers. They're like the largest diamond conglomerate in the world. They're massive. Amu, that's exactly my point. Trump's goal with these tariffs isn't just to charge tariffs. It's to get countries to do their jobs and to get countries to play by the rules. And if you do it correctly, you can do some serious damage. Like you can do some serious damage, and it won't even cost you that much. It won't even be that difficult. Zima, how you doing? Zima, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. What are you doing? Like, what's this list now? I don't think Gandhi is South Africa. There's no shot. Really? He did some India things, didn't he? Where's the list? Here's the list. So Nelson Mandela, obviously. Then you have Christian Barnard, who was the first person to ever transplant a heart. What? Mahatma Gandhi was actually South Africa. Or South African. I don't think he was born here. Probably just... So it was South Africa that called him Mahatma in 1914. No, yeah, he was definitely not born in South Africa. He was born in Gujarat. But I guess they count him here. I don't know. It's interesting that they have Winnie Madikizela Mandela on this list, considering Winnie Mandela is really only famous for necklacing her supporters who would not fight. Necklacing, by the way, is the act of taking a tire, like a car tire, putting it around someone's head with fuel thrown into the tire itself and then lighting it on fire. And then watching them burn to death. That's what she did. So I'm not sure if I would put her on this list, but hey, you know, if this is what they want, then great. Gary Player, yeah, he was a golfer. Jan Smuts, I think our first president. Desmond Tutu, he was a pretty nice guy. Hansi Cronje, yeah, he was a cricketer, but also famous for cheating, match fixing. Why is Charlize Theron on this list? Steve Biko, Shaku Zulu, Tony Leon Schuster. I think you guys know Leon Schuster. I think many of these people, Eugene Terblanche is actually on this. Dude, this guy was a massive racist. This guy went to jail for racism. I can't believe he's on here. Yeah, I think J.R.R. Tolkien is South African, yeah. Born in Bloemfontein. So we do have some people, you know, we're not completely useless as a nation. We have some nice people here, you know, some cool people. Trying to see if there's anyone else we know here. This show is pretty old, so I'm not sure if they'll have... Because this, as far as I can tell, this is the list that was on a show called Great South Africans. And it was a television series. So I'm assuming it would not have been updated. With someone like Elon. Huh. And we also have Harry Oppenheimer. The Oppenheimers are also South African. We have Cecil Rhodes. He's also South African. Another pretty cool guy from South Africa. He streams on Twitch sometimes. Starts playing fun games like Elden Ring, Timberborn, and others. The Vengeance, how you doing, bro? I definitely do not play Timberborn. So you're definitely lying about that. Hey, how dare you? I know for a fact that he doesn't play Timberborn. Not yet. Not at all. I'm playing Mass Effect currently, and I'm very happy with that. Thank you. Albiwar, we've been playing... Dude, what are you talking about? We've been playing Mass Effect now for the last, 2 weeks? Almost every stream? Like, I'm actually, I think, going to finish Mass Effect now. This will be the second... Dude, this is actually embarrassing. If I finish Mass Effect, it'll be the second game that I finish... Third game I finish on stream. Because the only other games that I ever finished on stream was Plague Tale Innocence, Halo 1, and then Mass Effect, right? I'll play Cyberpunk again, of course. I love Cyberpunk, baby. Love it. No, 4 games. 4. Because we also finished Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. We finished that one on stream as well. I remember because we did Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice first. And then, like, 2 days later, we did Plague Tale Innocence. Solitaire for... an easy W. I don't think I've ever won Solitaire. I don't think I've ever made it to the end of a game on Solitaire. Let's see. What games do we have? I've heard some people say that the autumn sale is stupid. Apparently, it's not a good sale. Which is wild, considering... You know, there's so many games that could go up on the autumn sale, you know? Razor Connor, we're busy with one, but we're playing the Legendary Edition, so we're gonna finish all 3 of them. And thank you, and if yes, I've started to watch it. I've not finished it yet, Z Vengeance. Whatever happened to your playthrough of that? Big Ambitions is on sale? We finished the first sort of iteration of Big Ambitions. We got to the point where there was just literally nothing more to do. We were just making millions every single day, and you couldn't really do anything. But I've heard there's some cool stuff either coming or is already out for it. Ooh, DLC. Do I want to buy the DLC for... I'm not going to play that right now. I'm not buying Ace Combat. Let's see, what do we have here? Final Fantasy 16 is on 25% discount. Huh. Alder, I will be playing it. Someone gifted me early access key. So I still have to redeem it, but I will be playing it, yes. I will be playing it. PAX DEI. Oh, that's a weird name. They should probably get rid of that name. Now, with the current landscape, PAX DEI is not going to be... That's not going to go well. It's right in the name. They should change that immediately. So what do we have here? Deep Rock Galactic, Human Fall Flat, Tabletop Simulator, Buckshot Roulette, Battlefield... Roguelite, don't care. Vampires, do I care about vampires? I don't care about vampires. Pacific Drive, players like you love Pacific Drive. I don't know what that is. No Rest for the Wicked. Don't really know what that is. Lost Train Home, Survivor, No Land, Infection. Dude, how is Shadow of War always on discount? Like, I don't understand. Diamond's gone on that, though. Ploxy, yes. But in the current landscape, that's not a good name for a game. The Crust. Automate a lunar base as you become the savior of humanity, exploring the future on the moon, Minecraft research and trade. Ooh. Now that looks mildly interesting to me. What do you mean? What is endgame? Nier Automata. I don't know if this game will ever be worth it, or if I should even begin to play it. Chat, what do we think? Nier Automata, good or not? Trickstar, happy Thanksgiving to you. Crust is great. Bizarro, how you doing, bro? Is it good? The Crust. It looks interesting to me. Low with the mark, how you doing? See, I've never played Nier Automata. Just do arcade to my liking. It's amazing, but I'm a Yoko Taro fan. Yeah, let me rephrase this. Is Nier Automata a good game for non-anime fans and non-weebs? Because I'm not a weeb. I don't have a thing for Japanese culture. I just like good games with good story. That's all I care about. Like, if it has a good story, good voice acting, and so on, I'll play it. But if it's just going to be anime nonsense, then I don't care. Gentlemen, I don't think playing Final Fantasy XIV and not even finishing it makes me a weeb. Best soundtrack ever? Better than Witcher soundtrack? I don't think that's true. Coomer than Nier? You see, but I don't care about that. Green Tea, how you doing? Well, yeah, anime nonsense. Because to me, anime is nonsense. I don't mind people watching it, but I can't get into it. Ooh, if you have not bought Cyberpunk yet, you absolutely have to. Like, it is off 55%. I'm tempted to just buy it on Steam as well, because I already have it on GOG. Play Hyperlight Drifter, or at least watch the opening scene. Please, please, please. Jonah, how you doing? No, thank you, Z Vengeance. I'm good. Dude, Cyberpunk 2077 is such a good game. I know, Albiwar. We will probably do a new playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 once all the subclasses and stuff are introduced. Dude, what? Oh, yeah. Space Marine 2, but I already have this. Stalker 2. Why is Stalker 2 on the list? Metaphor Refantasio. Is that it? Is this really the whole sale? Dude, come on, Ubisoft, what are you doing? Dude, this is Ubisoft taking the piss. Look at Ubisoft trying to get in on the autumn sale with a measly 25% off. If you want me to buy this game, Ubisoft, I need to see at least 80% discount. Like, at least. For me to even begin to try this game. Ubisoft, Suicide Squad is 95% off. Ooh. Now that's a steal. But even 95% off on Suicide Squad is too much. I still won't pay that. To pay me if they want me to play that? This is why Ubi can rate for themselves? What is this now?
From a content creator's perspective, I gotta be honest with you. Ubisoft is the gift that keeps on giving, especially as of late. But from a gamer's perspective, it is the worst thing that could possibly be happening to the industry. Between Star Wars Outlaws and the catastrophe of a launch that was, looking all the way over to Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh wait, but I just made a video today about, like, it's gonna come out. Just make sure. When is this coming out? This one here. launching in hour and a half. No, not the Elon one. The one about Assassin's Creed. This one here. Dude, it gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. When you know what is going on with Assassin's Creed Shadows, after this video, you'll have a great idea of just how bad this game is going to be. Oh, Z Vengeance. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, in that case, they can go suck a D. Castlevania, Lord of Shadows, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Dude, is this the new or the old one? It looks old. Sons of the Forest, Age of Empires, Stranova, Binding of Isaac, Hades, Helldivers 2, Uncharted, Black Myth Wukong. Dude, there's no good games. What's going on? How exactly is this the worst? Huh. Well, why is this just the worst autumn sale yet? Dragon Age the Veilguard isn't even on special. Like, what are these people doing? It's like they're not serious. Did you guys hear about the massive update coming for Palworld? Palworld is getting a crazy update next year. Yeah, well, there's the Terraria collab, and then there's an even bigger thing. They're introducing a whole new island. This island is apparently double the size of the original island. So many more monsters, so many more dungeons and raids and end game systems and stuff baked into it. So they're taking it to a whole new level next year. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Dark Souls 3. Sekiro. Ghost of Tsushima. Monster Hunter World. It Takes Two. Silent Hill. 98% of games I've been playing from 2 years for 2 years now are older Western, indie, and mainly Eastern games. Western high-budget games are the worst now, which is ironic because it costs so damn much. Dude, yep. Yep. I mean, there's a reason why we're currently replaying Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Well, reason number one is I bought the Legendary Edition on Steam. Previously, I've been playing the copy that I have on EA. I wanted everything on Steam. Plus, it was on special for something like 80% off or some shit. And then reason number two is this game kicks ass. It's a brilliant game. Whereas if I look at all of the new games coming out, there's not a single new game that I look at and I think, wow, this is a game that I really want. Monster Hunter World and Ghost are both really good. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter, whatever the new one is called. I will be buying that day one. Gentlemen, wait, what do you mean with Path of Exile 2 really? Because I would not describe Path of Exile 2 as a AAA game. Double A, sure, but I highly doubt that they spent $200 million producing that game. Because they're a double A studio, they're not really a triple A studio, even though they deserve to be a triple A studio. Darius, how you doing, bro? Yeah. I like turn-based. You mean turn-based like Baldur's Gate 3? Because, yeah, I love that playstyle. Yeah, I'll keep checking the sale. Right now, I'm not super happy with the sale. It doesn't seem like there's anything majorly good in the sale. Like, I am interested in playing Final Fantasy 16, but I don't know if I want to play it now. Well, I mean, I'll give it a go. So to put it to you guys in this perspective, I care very little for gameplay. Like, a game has to have really bad gameplay for me to not play it. If the story is good in a game, I'll play it because I only care about the story. I'll suffer through very bad gameplay design, provided the story is really good. If the gameplay can be the best gameplay ever, if the story is shit, I'm not playing it. I don't care. Because I'm all for story. It's literally just story. "16 is a great story and epic boss fights. Gameplay is a bit repetitive. So then I should maybe give 16 a go." I'll have to make decisions. Because on the one hand, I don't want to buy more games. I have so many games that I have to finish already. But on the other hand, it's Steam sale. Like, have you ever not spent an obscene amount of money on a Steam sale? Feels like you almost must. It's like when a Steam sale, you kind of have to just be poor then, because that's the rules. Does FF16 have gay stuff in it? I have no idea. I have no idea if it has gay stuff in it or not. It's made by Yoshi P though, so if it does have gay stuff in it, you know it'll be done well. Because Yoshi P knows what he's doing. He's not a moron. It's such a great story too. I wish they would have made a second one, but you know, why the mail? Yeah, but the only reason I can't play that is it's a scary game. I don't play scary games. I don't like it. Yeah, we'll figure out something. I'll keep checking back on this, and eventually we'll buy a game. I don't know. We'll make plans. Right now, there's not games that I'm really looking at that strikes me as decent to get. Same. Don't like the jump scare simulators. Play the demo for 16 first. See if you like it. Nah, Lodi, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. It's sort of like one of those things. It looks like a good game. So then I'll give it a go. Get Red Dead 1 with the texture mod. I do want to buy Red Dead Redemption 1 as well. But I do need to think about how and when I'm finishing all of these games. Because if Red Dead Redemption 1 is even a fraction as big as Red Dead Redemption 2, you're talking about a good few weeks of investment. Those are not fast games. They're very, very slow. Jotun Slayer. Man, you guys have weird games. Ooh. But I'm a bit over Vampire Survivors now. I played quite a bit of Vampire Survivors. About 26 hours of it. And now I'm tired of it. Now I'm sort of like, nah. No thanks. It's alright. I'll give it a skip. At least for now. What a great story. Great story. Best $10 ever. Ooh. Valheim. I don't think Echo would be. I have Valheim. But no. I am. Unless a survival game is like Palworld, I won't play it. For Vampire Survivors, the demo's free. I highly recommend. It plays so good as well. Just take a look at the trailer images. Maybe you like what you see. I can check it out, but I can almost tell you right now, once I'm done with a specific genre, like when I've reached sort of my peak with a genre, I tend to need time to just not be anywhere near it. So it has better graphics than Vampire Survivors. I mean, it looks pretty good, no? At least graphically, this looks gorgeous. And then bosses. It kind of reminds me almost of the League of Legends one. Are we sure it's not just an ARPG? Action roguelike. No, it is, yeah. Okay, bullet hell action roguelike. So it isn't an ARPG, it's just the graphics of an ARPG, or rather isometric camera. Alright. I'll be willing to give it a go. I know what I'm going to do right now, though. Chat, take a guess. What do you think we're going to do right now? Profile, before we do Emmy, take another guess. Elodie knows. Elodie knows. He knows me. What can I say? He knows me. I haven't done the salt mines at all yet today. And it is a requirement that you at least do the salt mines once or twice a day. You gotta, you know. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Nice. You know, as long as it's not against me, I'm happy. Give me time to get some weed. Enjoy it, bro. Enjoy your weed. I just want to do an ARAM quickly. I just want to feel the thrill of the hunt. I just want to feel the thrill of the hunt. Pretending to be a new player on a Smurf account the other day because friend kept asking to play with him on NA. Got 50 kills in a game and they were like, "You're sus," you know what? Wait, is it illegal to have Smurf accounts? Man, I've never played with Yone. Ooh, I don't know if I want to play Yone. I don't know how to play Yone, really. No, I'll play Yone. Screw that. Let's just see if there's other champions that open up. Come on, bitches. Someone do something other than this champion. I don't know how to play this champion. Oh, Tom Kench is pretty OP. Riven, no thanks. Zeri? Could I do Zeri? Damn it. I'll go Malphite. I'm gonna go Malphite tank. I hope we have enough damage. I hope we have enough damage. Because I'm going full-blown Tunky Boy. Would have preferred to go Zeri. I think Zeri would have been good. I'm definitely not going to play with what's his face. Bex is there giving us scoops. Who? The old Path of Exile community manager is working on that now. She was awesome. Working on what, Z Vengeance?
A customer. I'm moving as fast as I can. Tell that shopkeeper on the other end of the bridge it owes me money.
Welcome to the Bridge of Progress. Show Piltover who's boss.
Don't go that deep, you son of a bitch. Don't be like this, boys. Don't be like this.
Listen up, minions are on their way.
Oh, off we go. Damn it. Kill him. Man, how bad? Why is my team so shit?
Count on me. Sparks ready. You got that.
Man, my team.
Don't even think about it.
Stompy, how you doing? We have no damage, by the way. This is the most low damage team I've ever seen in my life. No one seems to be doing any damage. Maybe that's why they're going 2x with the Greedy in League. Ah, the Greed isn't that bad.
Get that topsider. An enemy's been slain.
Come on, why?
Seriously?
It's smaller than the diagram.
That's what you get for trying. What's up?
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Watch out. Yo, why is this happening? Dude, my team just keeps getting gripped. Every single one of them. Look what's happening.
Well, look at you.
Good job.
I'm here. Whatever.
If this was Blizzard, I'd get up. What? Oh.
It's gone mad.
Okay, we have our ult. Boys, I don't want to alarm you, but we have our ult. Some classic fresh? Stompy, no. I'm not playing classic fresh.
Smaller than the diagram.
Lose the pep. Watch this.
Alright, boys. Whenever you guys are ready, I would like to go in. Good job, boys. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, team.
Ah, the sweet smell of
Now we're talking. I don't think I had a positive interaction with Blizzard CA since MOP. Why? What are you doing to Blizzard CAs? Elodie, I told you to stop sending them dick pics.
Smaller than the diagram.
Of course they're not going to be happy with you. Oh man. We were just talking about how good and fast Path of Exile support is. Oh right. I don't know. I've never played Path of Exile that much, so I don't have much of an idea of their support. I'd like to go in, boys. I'd like to go in. Are you guys ready to go in? All right. Oh, now looky here. If it isn't Mr. Faustus. What's up, son? Oh, you son of a gun.
It's smaller than the diagram.
All right, we're starting to look a bit better. Z, how you doing, brother?
You sure?
All right, 30 seconds, boys, and then we're gonna do another alt. An old ulti tooey. Good job. Good. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Oh, this might hurt. This might hurt. Oh, shit. I completely mistimed it. Oh, I can't believe I just completely winged that, bro. That was bad. That was embarrassing. It's a good thing I'm not streaming this. Holy crap. Imagine if I was streaming exactly. Like,
than the diagram.
Whoa! This little Heimerdinger is a problem. We need to get rid of him quick time. Imagine if you were not only streaming, but people could make clips out of context as well. That would have sucked. That would have sucked. But luckily, I'm not streaming, Albor. I'm just playing my game, having a little bit of fun. You know, just living my best life.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
Double kill.
There we go. Now we're doing some damage passively. 20 seconds, and then we can do some big damage. Well, we can't really do damage, but we can.
Triple kill. An enemy's been slain.
I hate you, Heimerdinger. I hate that Heimerdinger so much, man. I could go in ult here, but that would be such a waste of my ult. That would be such a waste of my ult.
Oh, the sweet smell of science.
Did I? No, I don't know if that was a good ult. This Lee, Master Lee is going to become a problem. Master Yi. That guy melts through tanks. All right, boys. I need you guys to not suck anymore. LeBlanc splurged. Yeah, LeBlanc can do some real damage if she wants to. I don't want to waste my... I don't want to be pulled in when I don't have my ult. I do want to go in, but not without my ult. Thank you. What is this game? Wait, did he go tank? That would actually be good news if he decided to go tank.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Oh! Ornn is just a better Malphite. Lodi, I would disagree with that though. Because Ornn requires a hell of a lot more skill than Malphite. With Malphite, it's literally just click and move. Like, you literally just hit the button, put your mouse where you need to go, and just go. Whereas with Ornn, you actually have to know what you're doing. But I'm on EU Waste. Oh, you slut! Can't believe that just happened. Man, that's embarrassing.
An enemy's been slain.
And he does a lot of damage. Dude, how is Heimerdinger doing so much damage? Oh, I have no magic resist. That's why. We need to get some magic resist up in this bitch because Heimerdinger is slaughtering me at the moment. This guy's melting me. CDJ, it depends on who you are. Like, I don't ever get angry in League of Legends. I just have fun. Last night I was actually playing. Was it last night or the night? No, yesterday morning. I was playing with an extremely toxic team. Like, they were just raging the whole time. And I didn't even pay attention. I just play, have fun. We ended up losing the game because my team kept just trolling. And that was fine. We need to get that Heimerdinger because that little bitch, he does a lot of damage. A lot of damage. LOL. I don't have any bleeding health. Oh, this is gonna suck. I can't really go closer. These guys hurt. I'm trying to help you, fam. Yeah, no. Yeah, bitch. New. Let's get some magic resist going here. Force of nature, higher value than Urkins. You think so? Oh, you're actually not wrong. Yeah, let's do force of nature then.
Of the Bridge of Progress.
Boys, anyone gonna come? I see them still on me. I'd like to engage. I'd love to engage, but my team isn't here. Everyone's still dead. Are you guys ready? Let's farm a little. It's fine. I know we're winning. I don't know if we're winning yet. We're not winning, if that makes sense. But we're also not exactly losing. There we go. Now that little slot's down. Oh, this is sucking. Who is this now? Now it's this. Oh, well. Annoying. The War Within, did it satisfy your lore appetite? OG, how you doing, brother? Yeah, it's good, man. Yeah, it's fine. I don't have much trouble or much issue with it.
Watch yourself around that tin can running the Pilty shop. It
You know what? I should not have gone for the armor boots. The armor boots is so stupid because Master Yi is going sort of hybrid tank build, which I don't know why he's doing that. He should have gone for Mercury threads. I didn't pay attention to that, but I will be doing it now. Why are you going in?
Don't you dare!
Inhibitors destroyed! Demolished! Decimated!
Incoming!
I'm moving as fast as I can.
Oh, that's unlucky. Why are you that deep? Like, holy crap, bro.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Lul. Fucking outplayed, bitch. Don't. Oh, that's good. Oh no! Can't believe I just did that. That's embarrassing. You guys didn't see that, right? You were all focused on other things, no?
Ah, the sweet smell.
Here we go. Finally, force of nature. We should be in a decent position now, at least, I think. Now, man, if you guys saw that, that would have been embarrassing. Yeah, I almost made a complete fool of myself. You grabbed the wrong bitch. Please.
Coming inside!
Oh, you slut. All right. I really wouldn't want to be that Blitz. Blitz is definitely not liking this game. Not very much. Oh, it's gonna suck. Yep. Oh, not yet. Soon though. Soon though.
Bad news! The enemy's getting their inhibitor back!
I want to make, I think. I think I want to buy Mercury Threads. But I'll first buy Warmogs and then I'll buy Mercury Threads. Yeah, but I will just say the slow of Malphite slow is arguably one of the most annoying things in the game. Like the especially if he goes full AP. Like full AP Malphite can just continuously keep you slowed forever. Grip me, bitch. I dare ya. There we go. How does it feel, boys? Don't run. There you go. Fun time for the whole family. Winning. That was fun, boys. That was fun. Thanks for being here for that. That was super fun. I like Brand. I like LeBlanc. They'll get an upvote for me. But yeah, dude, I absolutely live for this. Like, ARAMs are so fun. This is actually one of the longer ARAMs that I've been a part of. Like, usually the ARAM is quick. Like, maybe 20 minutes? Not even 20 minutes? See, Vengeance, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of the slight rework that they've done years ago on Blitz. Right, you're not doing the OnlyFans thing in Classic. OG, I mean, first, I would never join OnlyFans. I've never been asked, and even if I was asked, I wouldn't join it. I'm not friends with anyone there. And also, I don't play Classic WoW. I played Classic when it was not Classic, when it was just WoW. So for me to go back and play it again, I don't see the point. I genuinely just don't see the point. It's like, well, why? I've done this. I don't want to play it again. I'm perfectly happy to play other games. You know, there's so many other games that I can play. When I go back, I feel so painfully slow. True, see? Soda has them sweaty rules in, mid-max and all. You don't get to fool around and do story and shit. Wow. Yeah, I think some people just take this way too seriously, dude. Like, I will never understand the appeal of Classic. I'm happy that it's there for those people that like it. But for me, I see no point in playing Classic. I'm happy to just stay on my side of the road. You know, keep to my lane, play my classic video games instead. Which is what I do anyway, so may as well just continue with that. Let's see. Did you need Victor skin, by the way? I did not. No. Is it good? Did you guys see? I covered it just now in a video. But did you guys see that Elon Musk is going to start his own games company? He's starting his own game studio. Dude, so here's Thor's take in a nutshell. I don't like the current gaming industry, but I also know that I shouldn't like Elon Musk, because right now liking Elon Musk means you're automatically right-wing, even though just 5 years ago liking Elon Musk made you automatically left-wing. So it's kind of like one of those weird things of who am I even at this point, right? But what I fundamentally disagree with when it comes to Pirate Software's take on Elon Musk and his studio is when Elon says we're going to be using AI, right, to make good games. My question would be, and it was, what do you mean when you say AI? AI. What does it mean? Because if all you mean is you're going to utilize AI to bring better games to market quicker, because that's literally what AI is. I'll tell you guys this, right? So my brother works in programming. That's what he does. He does data analysis and programming every day of his life. And he himself have said AI, just in its most rudimentary form right now, has sped up their workflow by at least 3 times, because, and this is very important, in the past, if he struggled with a specific thing that he wanted to make, right? So he needed to code something in Python, but he's not entirely sure how to write this code so that it works. The way you figured that out was you had to go research. And oftentimes you'd spend 2, 3, 4 days researching how to do it so that you could ultimately do it. Whereas now, you literally type into ChatGPT, I want to do this in Python. How do I do this in Python? And Python explains it to you in seconds. Exactly what you want to do. If you want to have Python coded for you, you literally just tell ChatGPT, write the code for this, please, and it writes you the code. You don't even have to do it. ChatGPT just writes the code. You just copy it, paste it, and you're done. Right? So it's taken things that would have taken a week to build. They do it now within an hour. Because you don't have to do the research. It just does it. So if that's all he's going to be doing with his studio, I say, why not? Right? That's a great use of AI. Instead of having 500 developers working on a project, you just have 50, and you let AI do the heavy lifting, all the useless work that no one wants to do anyways. I think it's good all around. I expect to use X as part of the name, perhaps GameX. Yeah, probably. As I am fruit for internet brownie points. Elon bad, AI bad, easy take to get likes. True. I'm a dev and confirm this. Doing this right now, actually. Kiki, well, there you go. Because there are these things that you want to do in Python, for example, that are super obscure. You know, so you have a client, for example, that wants this weird form of reporting that you now have to go code for them, but you have no idea how to code all of this. Because oftentimes it might be like the company wants specific data sets, but the data sets, like 50 different data sets that all have to be dragged into it together in a specific way in order to do it, and trying to figure out how to code that is almost impossible, whereas ChatGPT codes it in seconds, and you can just copy and paste and you're done. So if that's how they want to use AI, I say, cool, let's see how it goes. Plus, why is having more game studios a bad thing? Too much woke shine being churned out by the traditional model. True, Abaddon. But here's my, this might be a hot take, but Actually, this will be hard to hear, but the truth is, not only can AI cost thousands, if not millions of jobs, it will. Yes, tens of thousands of developers will lose their jobs as a result of AI. And guess what? There's nothing you can do about it. I'm sure the scribes way back in the day was also super unhappy with the printing press because they were all suddenly out of a job. But there's no way you're going to stop this. It is just the natural evolution. And trying to fight it, that is, you're fighting a losing battle. AI to assist the heavy lifting grunt work could be amazing. Abaddon, yeah. I like the guy, but rare owl for him here. Yeah, I like Pirate Software as well, but this is definitely a rare owl. There are also GitHub workspaces already where AI codes by itself and you just have to review it, do some adjustments, and push it to your code base. It just literally feels like having a new team member. And that's what AI is going to be. It's going to become an assistant. That's all AI is going to be, just an assistant. But I see Elon managed to convince the whole world that this is massive because everyone is talking about it. Stack Overflow who? I like the way he conducts himself. I don't like the guy because I don't know the guy. I firmly believe what we see on his stream is not what is behind the cam, as in when stream is off. I don't know. I can't speak to that. Because I would say the only thing that is different about me when the camera is off is I don't talk as much. In real life, I'm pretty quiet. Not because I'm like shy or anything. I just don't speak much. I'll only speak when I have to speak, and there's plenty of times where I don't speak at all because I have nothing that I want to say. But obviously when you stream, you're gonna have to speak often. But outside of that, who I am on stream is literally exactly who I am IRL. My takes are exactly the same. My thought processes are exactly the same. I talk about the same stuff as well. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I talk about IRL as well. I think Thor is genuine enough that he's the same off screen. Possible. Aswin Gold is another person who I think is basically same. Morning is picturing how it will go today. Talking about stocks and crypto. All right. Elon Musk says too many game studios. Yep. Gaben answers to his fans. Hi, Mr. Gaben. I just hope you're having a good day. Take care and thank you for your amazing games. Thanks, and you too. Okay. Oh, wow. CNN just in here with the proper news, I guess. Dude, CNN is so cooked. Imagine simping for Hassan. Z-Vengeance, I think maybe the only reason for that might be because of the size of his stream. Although maybe you're onto something. I don't watch Thor's content as often. I watch his clips whenever he has like a good, decent clip that looks interesting to me. But I don't watch his streams. He doesn't stream when I'm awake, so it's difficult for me to get to his streams. Most streamers are cloud goblins. Yep. Well, it's how you become a big streamer. This would actually have been great. So I'm non-binary. Shut the fuck up, please. Shut the fuck up. Dude, if only that was the way you could answer. Like, if only you could answer that way, that would have been great. Do not the sword. What? Oh, wait, what's this? What do we have here? Games for Diversity Exposed, pushing culturally divisive content in video games to children. Sweet Baby Inc. connection uncovered. It's no secret that the gaming industry has become inundated with companies that solely exist to push DI and woke values to a new generation of gamers. We've seen this over and over again from Sweet Baby Inc. to Black Girl Gamers and beyond. YouTubers Master of TDS and Writing Raven have exposed one such company, a Dutch firm called Games for Diversity, for pushing a culturally divisive game featuring a magical drag display to children. Games for Diversity describes itself on its official website as a company that seeks to improve the representation of socio-cultural minorities in games by organizing events. It then goes on to explain how this is done. By organizing events nationally and internationally, we facilitate a dialogue between game developers and players to stimulate them to create more diverse games and characters. Additionally, we boost the visibility of minority game developers themselves because we strive for a diverse and colorful game industry. The company connects developers with gamers to create DI-centric games that push very specific narratives pertaining to gender, pride values, immigration, and more. The company holds game jams in which developers and gamers come together to compare thoughts and ideas before ultimately developing a game. In a recent video on the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel, Masters of TDS and Writing Raven showed clips that Games for Diversity released from a jam in which the developer helped the drag performer, who goes by Amanda Sparks, create a side-scroller mobile cartoon adventure called Amanda Sparks and the Shade Forest. The game is described in its write-up on Kotaku, of course, as a fabulous, free and fun 90s-inspired platformer game for Android, iOS, and PC. The players take on the role of a drag enthusiast, Amanda Sparks, to survive the Shade Forest and rescue her friend from the evil hands of the Hypocritics gang. Despite being advertised for Android and iOS, the game doesn't appear to currently be available on either platform. It can, however, still be downloaded for free on PC. With the power of her kisses, the fierce Amanda must defeat enemies, save Go-Go Boy's drag, and collect money to become even stronger, the official write-up says, all while keeping her hair and makeup intact. If she's ever going to fight her enemies, might as well look nice while doing that. Despite the subject matter, the game isn't listed as being for a mature audience and downloads are not restricted by age. That means percentage of this game's target audience is children. In the game, kids can take on the role of a drag performer to kiss enemies and turn them into cash. Their goal is to rescue large men in their underwear. Dude, why is it always the kids? But it gets worse. The game also features the ability to purchase unlicensed outfits inspired by children's characters like Mario, Pikachu, and Sonic the Hedgehog, again attempting to reach a younger, minor demographic by offering familiar costumes. The boss battles in the game feature thinly veiled social commentary like the Bully Bull, which appears to be a monstrous take on a normal man. The player can then bitch slap the boss with a special move. As seen in the image below, the expletive is censored in the game, likely to avoid a mature rating, which prevents the developer from marketing the title to children. Bitch slapped. Master D then points out that on the official press page for Games for Diversity, there's a write-up in which the company chairman Menno Dean is highlighted and praised as a game changer by GamesIndustry.biz. This is a company that at one point employed Sweet Baby Inc. co-founder and CEO Kim Belair. It's also run by the Powell Group, a company that recently entered into partnership with Sweet Baby Inc., then deleted all mention of the narrative consultancy firm from their website and LinkedIn when called out on it. In other words, the world of DEI game companies is a lot smaller than we might think, and there always seems to be some connection to Sweet Baby Inc. and Kim Belair whenever this happens. I wonder if there's any connection to that, Master DS said sarcastically to end the Gothic Therapy video. In the conversation with that Park Place, Mountain expanded on that thought. Evidence points to Sweet Baby Inc. more often than not, the YouTuber said. And for such a small, insignificant company that doesn't do what we think it does, it's odd how they keep turning up. How do you feel? Dude, contribute to a successful game, and I'm so happy to be a dev for business software and not gaming. We literally shit on diversity or any of that crap because in daily company internal business, it does not matter. What I just don't understand is, so first and foremost, it always goes back to Sweet Baby Inc. I think what a lot of YouTubers have not yet put together, what a lot of YouTubers are still struggling to understand with all of this, is that all of this, all of it, is one big grift. It's about money. And all of these consultancy firms are basically working together to get the biggest back that they can. None of these people are true believers in the messages that they're pushing. They're in it because they want to make money. And the problem is none of them are in any way, shape, or form talented enough to make their own games. The games, and we see this, the games that they are most involved in tend to be absolute slop. The games that they are just a little involved in can sometimes still make it through and can sometimes still kind of survive. But fundamentally, this is one giant racket. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's the sort of racket where Sweet Baby Inc. isn't even the final sort of contributor. So I would actually say this all comes most likely from the World Economic Forum, who is behind DEI loans and investments and stuff of that nature, where they put pressure on these companies to be more diverse, be more equitable and inclusionary. And then they also own these companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and like Diversity for Games for Diversity and stuff like that. So by forcing these companies to be more DEI in order to get the investments, these companies have to hire the woke consultants in order to be as woke as possible. The woke consultants that they pay, that money ultimately goes back to BlackRock, to Vanguard, to all of these companies that are attached to the World Economic Forum. So it is one giant circle jerk, with the end result being that the people who make the rule for these companies also happen to be the people that profit from these companies. I would not be surprised, because this is how the scams in South Africa works. The government will pass laws that make it almost impossible for companies to do business in South Africa. Then companies will come up and start to do certain types of jobs, and then those companies are actually tied to the government. So the very people that's making the laws are also benefiting from the laws because they're the only ones that can do the job without being closed down by the people that's making the laws, because they happen to be the people that make the laws. It's a very well-known grift. It's something that's been happening for a long time. The problem, of course, is I don't think Games for Diversity or Sweet Baby Inc. is actually listed. So I'm not sure if you'd even be able to figure out who actually owns Sweet Baby Inc. or Games for Diversity. But I would not be surprised if it's people connected to BlackRock, connected to Vanguard. Because... Actually, no, not because. It's fine. That's all I want to say about that. What I just really don't understand, and the thing that annoys me about all of this, is why is it always the kids? Like, bro, you want to be a drag queen and you want to perform to adults? You know, if adults want to go sit and watch a drag show, you know, do your thing, live your life. No one cares. You know, it's your life. You can do what you want. If you want to be a drag queen and you want to perform for adults, again, do your thing. No one cares. It's your life. But the second it comes to kids, there has to be rules. There has to be a level of just no. People need to reject that. This is not okay. Kids should not be dealing with this stuff. Kids shouldn't be seeing this stuff. And it doesn't matter if people want to say, oh, but, you know, what about kids who's struggling with their, their own image or their own sexuality? Then let them work through it on their own without you putting your finger on the scale. They don't need you. For thousands of years, kids have figured out themselves who or what they want to be. No one needs you to start putting your finger on the scale. So just let the kids be kids, man. Trending, I'm busy researching a video now on the power of propaganda. And from what I've been able to uncover thus far, is the people who are trying to push this propaganda aren't actually smart enough to push this level of propaganda. Because what happens with propaganda is most effective when it is as close to reality as is possible. So you take the truth, you twist it slightly, and then you deliver it. Now, if you want to propagandize in a big way, like, for example, H-Man from Austria, who basically said, if you want to lie big, lie often. Right? That's sort of the other way of doing it. But in order to do that level of propaganda, you need a singular voice. So you need a dictator. You need the ability to control the flow of information so that no one else can ever really push back on your ideas. Since they don't have that, the problem is that they've gone too big with their propaganda. And they've reached the point where no matter how often you show trans characters in movies, no matter how often you show whatever you want to, like, think of the most woke DI stuff. If you put, for example, a trans character into a movie, and you then push in that movie that trans women are women the same as every other woman, there's literally no difference between a trans woman and a woman. No matter how many times you repeat that in that movie, the audience sitting there listening to it just knows that this is BS. Like, you just know, but that's obvious nonsense. A trans woman is a trans woman, not a woman. Because a woman is a very specific thing that a trans woman isn't. Right? And it doesn't matter how many times you say it, it doesn't make it true. You see, and that's the issue. Their lies are so large that it is basically unbelievable. And then they also don't control the flow of information. And that makes their lies nearly impossible to land. So the only people they really get are the educated. Because the educated have been indoctrinated well enough that they do buy into this stuff. But even then, you can see the educated don't engage in debate. They don't engage in any sort of thing that makes them feel a little bit uncomfortable about what they believe, because they don't have good reasons for believing what they believe. They just believe it because they were told to believe it. This is the kind of stuff that Trump needs to put an end to. This kind of stuff should not be in front of kids. Kids should be insulated from this nonsense. And these people, they need to be closed down, and they probably need to go to prison. Look up Alex Lishfus from the first Gamergate back in 2014. He went viral with a speech for some game dev event where he basically lists out how controlling narratives for popular kid series will help you control the culture in the future. They are not clever enough, true, but that is exactly what these activists are aiming to do. Trending, that's true. They want to wire their brains to that man in a wig looks normal to them or is considered safe because he's reading a book for them like a mom would. Tekla, that's an interesting one. Not too many transgender doctors around, huh? Or nurses. True, intelligence doesn't necessarily entail the ability to criticize oneself or self-correct. Oh, Brian Dagger, I would say uniquely in today's environment, education, I don't call it intelligence, because intelligence is an overstatement of people that have degrees. I would say a degree in the modern era is almost uniquely capable of identifying people with no ability to critically think. And I'm talking about very recent. So I'm not talking about someone who got their degree 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. I'm talking about people who are now getting their degrees. So people who are like 23, 24, 25. overwhelmingly, when I talk to these people, there is no critical thinking. Like zero. They don't think critically about anything. They have their set of beliefs, the beliefs that was taught to them by their professors, and that's what they believe. And no matter what story you bring to them, no matter how much you try to convince them of what the truth is, they just don't care. They don't see it. You can't bring them to the truth because the truth to them, it's blurred. It's as if their indoctrination is so complete that they just shut down before you even get there. But you can get a degree for receiving both. Drinning, I would say modern day education is indoctrination. The thing is, all modern schools are owned and operated by the government. The government, a population that can think for themselves and think critically, is a huge problem for any government. Because a government won't be able to do what they want to do with individuals that can think critically. Because any individual that can think critically would listen to something like socialism or something like communism and immediately be like, no, I don't think so. That sounds like a really bad idea. Any individual that can think critically, it would take you about 4 seconds to think of all the ways in which that will just go wrong. So what the government needs is kids who are good workers. They don't need kids who can think for themselves. They need kids who are good and decent workers. And that's what they have. The entire education system was built that way. From the moment you walk into your classroom, what do you see? What's the first thing that kids are taught when they enter school? By the teacher, right? Your teacher is the authority. What your teacher says is law. Just like Abaddon said there. So the kid is taught from a very young age, I don't think for myself. I only think what my teacher tells me to think. That's it. That's all I need to do. I need to listen to what my teacher tells me, and then that's the truth. They'd be bored and not interested in subjects when they go to school after. Dude, I know so many kids who are homeschooled and they outperform kids who go to actual school by a mile. Not how to memorize shit. But Kiki, they don't need you to think. You thinking is a big problem. You thinking is a massive problem. Homeschool rewards thinking. Actual school rewards memorization. Kiki sharing my brain cell there. Ravy G, how you doing, bro? Yeah, for me, it's not even an argument. Should I have kids one day, they will be homeschooled. They just 100%. I will not send my kids to school. There's no shot. Even the views on socialism, communism, and capitalism are so uncritically produced. There's no genuine intellectual honesty on the matter. Oh, Bryn, you're actually not wrong there. I know so many morons. I'll give you a great example. Ben Shapiro. Many people on the right would consider Ben Shapiro to be a very intelligent dude. Ben Shapiro himself will defend capitalism, and I'm talking about current modern-day American capitalism, and say things like it is the only system that has produced more millionaires than any other system in the history of the world, and everyone is doing better as a result of capitalism, capitalism is good. And my immediate thought is, if I could talk to Ben Shapiro, would be, what capitalism are you referring to? Rurikhan, how you doing, bro? If you say capitalism, which country are we referring to and when exactly? Because capitalism in America ended about 100 years ago. America hasn't been capitalist for almost 100 years. So, I mean, Europe isn't capitalist in any way, shape, or form. So, where is this capitalist utopia that you keep referring to? Because it doesn't exist. And that's an example of people on the right being incapable of thinking critically. You don't have capitalism today. You have corporatism. And it's not lost on me that all of these rich assholes that are benefiting from corporatism is constantly defending corporatism. There is a reason why they're defending the current system, you see, because corporatism means that those who have more, and those who do not have nothing. That's the whole point of corporatism. Corporatism is the end result of socialism. In order to get to corporatism, you require socialism because you need a very strong government so it's not the end result, that's a lie. Corporatism is one of the two options you get as a socialist government. Option number one is you go corporatist. Option number two is you go communist. Because socialism on its own doesn't really work. It doesn't lead to anything. So either you give the people the freedom to own their own businesses through communism, if you can even manage to get that, or you get the corporations to run the country on behalf of the citizens. America went for corporatism. Many in Europe are sort of heading for, or at least trying to kind of cut the line between a more communist and a more socialist system. Not going full-blown communist, not going full-blown socialist, sort of hovering in the middle. But yeah, I get annoyed at people when they point to the current system we have, and then they say capitalism is so good, just look at all the mobile phones we have. And it's like, bro, what are you talking about? This isn't capitalism. Belgod yesterday, Game of the Year. Rurikhan, I don't believe you that it's Game of the Year, but I do believe that you finished it. You must be very happy. Z-Vengeance, I wouldn't say... So, it is a form of IQ. They call it a verbal IQ. So, Ben Shapiro almost certainly has a very high verbal IQ. People who have spoken to him have all said the same thing. He speaks incredibly fast, but also he's always coherent. So he doesn't just speak fast and just rambles. He speaks very fast, but he's always coherent. He knows exactly what he's talking about while he's speaking very fast. So that does signal a very high verbal IQ. And yes, Destiny has the same thing. But that still doesn't mean that you can think critically. For example, I would say Destiny is probably, like, I always laugh when Destiny uses the words critical thinking because he loves touting himself up as being a critical thinker when Destiny himself has never displayed any element of critical thinking. Like, he can't. At least not on the topics that he's biased about, which is usually where you need critical thinking. Critical thinking, almost everyone can think very critically about topics that they are opposed to. It's very interesting. That's the most interesting thing about critical thinking. You can be very critical in your thought processes to things that you don't like. The problem is, can you think critically in things that you are biased for? And there I would say both Ben Shapiro and Destiny, they all fail. Here and there. Take that, he's a OG streamer that has gone super left-wing. Zevenius, that is also definitely true. Destiny is smart. Yes, that's true. But I would say he's also not smart, if that makes sense. Like, I think he's incredibly in Afrikaans. Or in South Africa rather, we have a saying. We say he's well read, which might sound to the rest of the world as like a good thing. Like he's well read, but here in South Africa, at least, when we use that term, it actually refers just to someone who can't really think for themselves. They just read a lot of stuff and they remember the stuff that they read. And when you ask them a question, they will answer from one of their sources. So the answer doesn't come from them. The answer comes from one of their sources. So the second you present them with a scenario which contradicts one of their sources, and yet your scenario is absolutely 100% logically consistent, they will reject your argument and press you for sources. I know I have a family member like this. Incredibly well read. But the second you get into any sort of debate with them, their immediate question is, where are your sources? Prove that what you're saying. And then you go, wait a second, I don't have to prove what I'm saying. I'm explaining to you logically why this doesn't make sense what you're saying. You are saying XYZ. Logically, that doesn't make sense. Like, I don't care what your science says about it. Think logically. How does that logically make any sense? So, for example, when people say global warming is the greatest threat to the history of mankind, and I go, okay, for the last 50 years that we've been monitoring the temperatures of the world, we find that the average temperature of Earth has not increased by a single degree, not even a fraction of a degree. The average temperatures of the Earth over the last 50 years have been completely static. They just stay the same. So your claim that the Earth is heating up faster than ever before is refuted by basic information. And then they go, oh yeah, but Canada is experiencing the hottest days on record every single month now. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. But the global average temperature remains unchanged. So while Canada might be experiencing the hottest days on record, another country in the world is experiencing the coldest days on record ever. So that the global average temperatures remain constant. And that's what we're looking for when we're looking at global warming. We're not looking at a single place that might have some outliers every once in a while. We need to look at the global average temperature. When we look at the global average temperature of the ocean, it remains unchanged. It's still exactly the same. So then they'll point to one area of the ocean that is heating up, like it's 0.5 degrees hotter this year than it was last year. And then you go, yeah, but the rest of the ocean is 0.2 degrees lower than what it was last year. So it all equals out to no change in the overall temperature of the ocean. I don't know what to tell you. Why are we having this debate? Well, where are your sources? Show me the paper that says that global warming isn't the greatest threat in the history of mankind. And then you go, well, I don't need that paper. I'm telling you logically why your papers don't make sense. It doesn't take a genius. You just need to think logically. Something is a little wrong with the papers that you're reading. So there it is, global warming. We used to have snow. I remember that. So where did the snow go? I mean, I don't know. It might come back. The Landman episode. Is that what the show is called? Primary. Landman. Multiple actual scientists, not governmental scientists, but actual scientists who contradict the narrative too. Mascot, how you doing, bro? Some people don't realize that the Earth would change even if we weren't here. Well, Mascot, the funny thing is, we know through science that there has been at least 24 major ice ages in the history of the Earth. Right? This, by its very definition, suggests that the temperature of the Earth changes. Right? Like, no one disagrees that there is such a thing as climate change. It happens that the climate does change. The problem, of course, is that when you say that it is catastrophic, then, well, what happened to the other 24? Why weren't they catastrophic? Carmagen, you can ask for sources. That's actually pretty easy to get. Earth will stay even without humans for a while. True. Drilling, yes, but we had a mini ice age about 700 years ago. I think what people need to remember is humans are also incredibly we're incredibly adaptive. We're very good at adaptation. So should another ice age become a thing, I want to guarantee that we as humans will figure it out. We'll find a way. We'll survive. Will many die? Sure. But that's not new. You know, we've had viruses and wars and all sorts of catastrophe many times throughout the history of mankind, and mankind has found a way to survive every single time. The only time mankind will not survive is when God finally says, okay, enough. That's the end. Then, of course, nothing we do will stop that. But up until then, I think if it's not the final days of mankind, we will find a way. We'll figure it out, you know, because we are pretty good at that. Now, how you doing? Epic Thula, how you doing, brother? Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Oh, no, I'm happy to have you here. This would be so hot, it would be unbearable to live. Now they're saying it's going to take another 30 years. Oh, primary axiom. Those predictions have been wrong since the first prediction that was made. The very first prediction was, I think, in 1961. In 1961, a scientist said, within the next 10 years, the ice caps will melt and there will be no ice left. Then after those 10 years, it was like, oh, no, actually another 10 years. And then eventually new models came out and they said in 20 years. So then we had models that said by the year 2020. And now we have models that says by the year 2030. And you just keep going, man, it's embarrassing how often you guys are wrong. But what's more embarrassing is that they keep giving you funding. Like, none of your predictions have come true. None. There was a study in the early 2000s that said by the year 2020, the oceans will be 1.5 degrees hotter than what it is today. That's a very solid prediction, right? It's not a prediction that the Earth is going to end. It's just the oceans will be 1.5 degrees hotter. Now we're in 2020. Guess what? The ocean has not even gone up a single degree. Still the exact same degree Celsius in the ocean. And they still get funding. Now they say, no, it's going to be 2050 is going to be the one. And then by the late 90s, when they finally realized none of their predictions are coming true, that's when the hockey stick theory was invented. So the hockey stick theory suggests we will see no change, everything will look fine, and then suddenly it'll be the end of the world. Like, just Well, that's the perfect theory. Because it means I cannot falsify any of your data until it's the end. Right? That your data can be true or false. We don't know because it doesn't show up in the data until it's too late. That's the perfect theory. It's unfalsifiable. No one can say you're wrong because you're not yet on the hockey stick edge. Every day, and there's less trees every day too. Actually, the Earth is greening far more now than it was even 10 years ago, because as temperatures in certain places go up, obviously trees and plant life start doing a hell of a lot better. So you have places like Canada, for example, that is starting to become a lot more green. You can travel far further inland from the border of the US into Canada before you start hitting the tundras and the permafrost places. So it's actually better if these places sort of warm a little bit more. It is actually ultimately better. And we do have evidence of farming communities deep into Canada hundreds of years ago, if not longer. So clearly there wasn't always all that ice in Canada. So now most scientists are sort of thinking, or at least a lot of scientists are thinking, it's the ice age that sort of frosted most of Canada. No, not a Canadian stream. Gomajan, but that, yes, you are correct. It is just a liquid prediction. Doesn't it Steam to show the numbers? Dude, I can't wait to hear Steam go, nope. Yeah, I don't think Steam is going to listen to them. At least I hope Steam doesn't listen to them. Play Roast Avatage if you can on YouTube. Not right now, but we can check it out some other time. Just 2 ordinary bathrooms, nothing to see here. Oh yeah, these are the... Man, whenever I see pictures of Cyberpunk, I so desperately want to play Cyberpunk. Corepunk. Didn't someone tell me about this game? Someone told me about Corepunk. Which one of you told me about Corepunk? But it's not on Steam. What? Let's see. Corepunk is an MMORPG with Fog of War in seamless open world. Wait, Fog of War? Why would you have Fog of War in an MMO? I mean, graphically, it looks beautiful. Looks charming. Rather charming. But is it just me, or does it look sort of MOBA-esque? Like those health bars, that's... Yeah, that's very MOBA. Huh. I wonder if this game's gonna work. How much is it? So you can get yeah, I'm 18. So you can get early access exclusive Core Punk, Light Blaze the King standard for £33. Or is that euro? Let's see. Do they have South Africa? I don't think they do. Most places don't have South Africa. Yee. Okay, so they don't have South Africa. Damn you. Okay, so 33 euro up to 63 euro. Most places don't have South Africa, so you know, I don't judge them for it. They do seem to have sexy goals. Hey chat, look at that. When's the last time you saw ass cheeks on a goal in a video game? When is the early access? Is it now? And is it open? Is it open early access or? $26. Okay. Maybe I should buy this and then we should try it next week. Or once we're done with Mass Effect. Evil Grinning Dwarf, and it has everything I want. Kiki U Coomer. Huh. Alright, fine. I'll buy it. And when we're done with Mass Effect, we'll switch to this. Have you heard about the big island of trash in the ocean right now? Shay, I've heard about it, but this was like a year or so ago. Said it's a really good game. Zostalak, how you doing, bro? I mean, it looks fine. I won't say, like, I don't know if it's going to be my type of game, but I'd be happy to give it a whirl. Depending on, of course, the state. So let me go do some research on this off stream. And if I like what I see, I'll buy it. And then we can check it out on stream. England just catching strays. The sad part is, no Englishman can disagree with you, because under Keir Starmer, like, England is turning into a shithole. Like, holy crap, that guy is bad. I'm not saying the Conservatives were better, but dude, Keir Starmer is bad. But I hate it for my friends, because I have a bunch of friends who's from the UK, and I'm also glad that this is happening. I know it sounds terrible when I say that, but I am glad. Because people voted for this. And I'm sort of the opinion that if you voted for this, you should get to experience why this is so bad. You know, why people have been warning about this for as long as they have. Wow, come on. The clown world? Yup. 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 At some point, the bad system has to fail before it can be improved. The only thing that scares me is I'm not sure if some people are capable of realizing just how bad the system is that they voted for. Like when Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, or Starmer, or however you pronounce his name, when they finally destroy the UK with their progressive policies, will the people in the UK, the ones that voted for them, will they actually make the connection that this is what progressive politics gets you? Or will they just sort of go on pretending like, no, this is the Conservatives' fault. This is all because of the Conservatives. This has nothing to do with like real socialism and real communism. Like, how is it going to work? Now, that's the thing that scares me. Just quickly want to move this up a bit. Okay, let's quickly see here. We have Vermeer. Investigate the samples. Something about the Metano system in the Maroon Sea cluster. Okay, so let's go to the Maroon Sea cluster. Hidden by YouTube bot today. I was just typing Microsoft and Matt Hansen. Lol, nothing bad. Come on, YouTube. Dude, YouTube is screwed. I don't know if we've done Hercules yet, so we'll just go check quickly. See you in the next episode. Doesn't go to well. Oh, Z Vengeance, take care of yourself, sir. I think we did do this one. Yeah. Okay, so now this is the Maroon Sea cluster, Voyager cluster. Let's do Voyager cluster first, just to make sure. YouTube sucks. I would say come to Twitch if you don't want to constantly be bamboozled by the YouTube bot. But even Twitch isn't always that great. Like Twitch can censor with the best of them. Did we land on this planet? YouTube is flimsy. True. I mean, I prefer Twitch as far as a watching experience goes. I think Twitch is a better watching experience. But it really is up to you guys. Okay, yes. We've explored this. So we know we have to go to the Metano one, so we'll go to this one first. I'm trying to get all of the side quests out of the way so that we can finally start doing, you know, main storyline without being interrupted. Oh, this is nice. Almost every planet can be surveyed. There's a Kowloon class modular conveyor of human design, while obviously adrift, the conveyor is not broadcasting any distress signal. Let's just quickly give old Erdnot here a proper weapon. And damn it, squad. Here we go. Okay, no wonder. Equip heavy armor. That's nice. Shoddies to full. We'll give him more warp capabilities, some throw capabilities, a couple of barrier. Let's give you some stasis, and then we'll complete that. And from your fitness. Okay. Now let's give him some armor. Man, why? Oh, this sucks. Look at it. He looks like a dumbass. Oh, dude, come on. He looks like such an asshole. The music in this game was so memorable. Dude, everything in this game is memorable. I love this game. I think I remember...
I smell trouble. Husks. The ship's probably crawling with.
Worry about survivors then.
Dude, that gave me a fright. Holy shit. Oh, I hate this mission. Let me just quickly check here. Shredder rounds, but they're not organics, are they? These guys hurt really bad if you forget you. Oh yeah. No, I know. I mean, I've played this game on the hardest difficulty before. I just don't like it because I don't want to play bullet sponging. I can't believe I have this crap on my grenades. Digit, how you doing, brother? hate this sound. I think the sound is actually the worst.
Perimeter secured. Area secured.
Oh shit, Sherlock. The pathfinding is still hilarious. Good old everyone. Oh yeah. Still covering from the flu. It's been almost... Oh, Digimark, you're not alone. My sinuses are still screwed. Like when I press here, it's actually sore. Like I feel you, bro. What did I just get there? Combat optics. Oh, never mind. Shredder rounds, nice. Captain's log.
According to the log files, the ship was out near the Perseus Vale. Looks like they found some kind of alien artifact. They brought it on board and then... This doesn't make any sense. They plotted a course straight into the Perseus Vale, like they wanted the Geth to find them.
What else do the logs say?
The entries don't make a lot of sense after that. It's like the captain's mind was falling apart. Doesn't say anything about how the ship got back into human territory.
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to organics dumb enough to enter the Veil.
Is there something else that I must do, or...
According to the... They brought it on board and then...
That artifact must have done something to them. Why else would someone fly into Geth space?
The entries don't make a lot of sense after that. It's like the captain's
The
mind.
Geth turned them into husks
Alright.
and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to organics dumb enough to enter the Veil.
I hate these small spaces. Okay. Now we go to Vostok.
Looks like we've got an active distress beacon on the planet below, Commander. No message, just a locator signal.
Someone said last week they love this the sort of random events that pop up. And I absolutely agree. It really does make the world feel alive. You're just out here surveying planets, and the next minute you get there's a locator beacon here, sir. We need to go check out what's going on. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of cases. Someone messaged me in a reply to my comment about avowed writers and said that. Wait, said what? Oh, Tekla, what did they say? I wanted to let people see that the pronouns were actually the only thing that was actively woke in the game, but Matt decided to run his mouth like an unhinged lunatic. Well, Matt is about to cost the studio a lot of money. So if BioWare or if Obsidian really only has that as the woke elements in their game, my suggestion to Obsidian would be to take away Matt's posting privileges as soon as possible. Because Matt's about to wreck their company. Try defending the game, just know that the whole team doesn't stand by him, and it was at one point agreed upon for the pronouns to be taken out. Do you imagine that the guy who wrote that to you might be a developer? Was it a comment on Twitter or on YouTube, Tekla? On YouTube. On which video did you comment? Not on Twitter, unfortunately. Why not? Twitter's so good. Like, Twitter is life, man. I need to go see. There's some things here. The game being woke is fine. Just don't make a crappy game and use that as a shield. The thing is, I'm now at a point where I'm no longer okay with the game being woke. Like a few months ago, I would actually have agreed with you, and I would have said, you know what, it's fine. A game being woke, as long as the game is good, no worries. Now, no. No. If your game has any woke elements in it, and it is in any way, shape, or form shoved down my throat, you can take your game and you can shove it up your ass. I will not be preached to. And I would wager I'm not the only person who thinks that. Slip, how you doing, bro? Plenty of other right-wingers with your brother. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's just right-winger Slip. I think the majority of gamers have reached the point where it's enough. We don't care anymore. You know? That's the deal, being preached to. If done well, that thing can slide, but subtlety died with those modern new writers. True, sadly. But no, I'm no longer willing to entertain any woke nonsense. If I can tell who you voted for within the first 5 seconds of playing your video game, you can take your video game and shove it right up your pee-pee hole. I will not play it. And I will tell every single one of my viewers to reject your game. And I don't care. It might be the greatest game ever. I'm already looking at Witcher 4 because you have one of the lead developers for Witcher 4 calling a viewer who said, listen here, can we please just not have woke stuff in Witcher? The developer called them a clown, told them to shut up and called them a clown. So now I'm going, okay, wait, but do I even want to support this? You know, I stuck by CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. I've been a fan of CD Projekt Red for, well, literal years. You know, ever since Witcher 2. What enemy contact are you talking about, lady? I just love that people finally no longer feel scared to say how they feel. I think that's the thing that pisses the left off most. You know, with old Twitter and old YouTube, if you were right-wing, you really didn't want to say it because you know you would have gotten cancelled. And now it's sort of like, well, you can say whatever you want, you know, because what are they going to do? I'm not right-wing and I despise the insane writing for modern audiences that we gamers have to endure. Welcome to the right-wing, Kiki. You don't understand, Kiki. To these people, there's no such thing as moderate views. If you don't agree with every word they say, you are right-wing. So congratulations. You are now far right. I hope you're going to be voting for Alternative to Deutschland in the next election, because them be the rules. Although I will say I am right-wing. I never used to be, but over the last 8 years, I've watched the left go absolutely insane. And I wasn't left-wing either. I was never really anything. I would say those of you that's known me for a long time will know I've always been sort of very moderate. Like, I don't really care about politics all that much. But when you watch one side literally turn into fascists while calling everyone else the fascists, it's very difficult to stay neutral. Oh, this bloody thing. There we go. Now, how do I get over this mountain? This is the most annoying part of Mass Effect. This bloody mic maker. Come on. They gave it an Asian name because they thought the gamers would accept the bullshit of this vehicle if it had a nice Asian girl name. But not even that saves this game, I'm telling you. Like, this Mako sucks! Would it be imperialism, right and left wing? Yeah, probably a mixture of the two, I'm sure. Oh. Oh, where are we going again? Dude, where am I fucking going? I just wanna, like, I just wanna get to this debris. Oh, here we go. Where am I going now? Oh, come on, you slut. Just get me out of here. Grab. Oh. Oh, apparently I'm going off. Okay. Hello? No way, bro. Oh, come on. This Mako, dude, it is the most annoying car in the world. No, this wasn't well crafted. You're absolutely right. There's nothing well crafted about any of this. It's terrible, is what it is. Luckily, there's a way to start over. Okay, so where is this? Huh. Nate, how you doing, bro? Where are we now? We're close. We're close. Okay, it's just over yonder. How am I gonna... I'm not gonna be able to scale that. Will I? I don't think so. Christopher Sickle, how you doing, brother? No! Oh, here we go. Come on, you bitch. Don't do this to me. No, please. You can do it. He can't do it. Okay. You have to find another way through. I hate this Mako. Okay, I can see the debris, but I don't know how to get to the debris. Right. All right. Now, where is that debris? Got him. Off we go.
Cover me.
And now we're going up. I think I know this mission, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. Yeah, like I remember this. Oh, how was that?
Area secured.
And it looks like there's going to be CC in Witcher 4, so female protagonist with body type B is inevitable. Gay Jaskier and lesbian Ciri, and Geralt will die too. I can see all of it. I don't think the new one is about Geralt. And honestly, if there is character creator, it's almost certainly going to take away from what Witcher was. The whole success of Witcher 3, actually of Witcher 1, 2, and 3, was the fact that Geralt was the Witcher. There was no way around it. There was no way to change it. Geralt was the Witcher. Alright, it's probably time. Sorry guys, we have to spend some time now fixing this. Garrus. We have no more item space left. Like how Master Chief is the Spartan, even though there are more? Yes. Well, yeah, 100%. It's sort of... It's not even really up for debate. Geralt is the Witcher, and that is part of what makes the game so brilliant, is the fact that you get Geralt, right? And he has his own backstory and his own sort of likes and dislikes. It just works so much better than this nonsense that they're trying to push now. Snipper. Okay, what snipers do we have? Ooh, harpoon. Oh, Volkov. I think this is actually the best sniper in the game, apart from the one that you can buy. No? Yeah, I think the one that you can buy is the only one that's better than this. Get yourself a nice little Volkov asshole, bro. Curse you, Bale. I know Rurkon loves that line. Omni tools. And now armor. Before we do that, let's just do quick upgrades. Garrus, how far are you from getting... Can he never wear heavy armor? No, only master. Only medium. Okay. Wait, but this doesn't give me biotic protection, whereas this does. Kiara. Need to give her better armor, I think. Or no, she has 7. Alright, well, if that's the case, we'll just remove all of these light armors. Mediums we can keep, just in case. Quarian will keep, even though I haven't played with her much. Okay. But something, honestly, this game does nail the eerie vibe more than the sequels do. I'm trying to think now. Oh yeah, you are correct. The sequels are better.
Rescuers? Oh, thank God. See? I told you somebody would come to investigate that signal. My name is Dr. Ross, Chief Exogeny Researcher at this facility. We've been trapped in this room for days. We're almost out of food and water. You got here just in time.
Not so fast. First, you're gonna tell me why this place is overrun with Thorian creepers.
How do you know about the Thorian?
I know what Exogeny was up to. I saw what they let the Thorian do to those colonists, so I destroyed it.
Our secret's out then. No point in my lying. You already know the worst. The creepers here were created using altered samples from the specimens on Pharos. We discovered a way to turn them into docile, obedient servants. Everything was going fine until a few days ago. Then all the creepers suddenly went berserk. Only a handful of us made it back into the safety of this room.
So I killed the Thorian, basically.
Why didn't you send a clear message asking for help? All we had was that signal from the emergency beacon.
This is a closed communications base. Exogeny was worried about someone on the project selling secrets to a rival firm or reporting our work to the authorities. We have no direct communication with the outside, only the emergency beacon. It sends a general distress signal to the Exogeny site on Pharos. They're supposed to send a team to respond inside of 24 hours, but it sounds like they had problems of their own.
Any chance some of the other people at the base might still be alive?
I doubt it. Too many creepers out there. They never stood a chance. We're the only ones left.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Maybe there was still some kind of link between the creepers and the Thorian back on Pharos. The Thorian was unlike any other life form we've ever studied. I can't explain how, but maybe when it died, it somehow set off the creepers here.
I've heard all I need to.
Look, I know what we did here was wrong. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There's no sense reporting this to the authorities, right?
Maybe we could work something out.
Normally Exogeny would have my back, but it sounds like they're going to have their hands full cleaning up the mess on Pharos. But I've got money. A nice little emergency fund I set up. It's yours if you let us go.
Deal. Get the hell out of here.
You made the smart choice, Commander.
Thank you. We got some cash, some moolah. We got some moolah, boys. And we're off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but now you're talking about 2, right? And yeah, it is in 2 with Samira that we meet the Thorian. The Banshees. Yes, that mission was also eerie as hell. True. That mission was really scary. And those Banshees might be the most dangerous enemy you fight in this game. Like, they suck. The Polish word for witcher is Wilsman, masculine form. I'm not saying that a female can't be stoic, if anything like that. It's just that the profession on witchers is inherently male-oriented in the books and in the universe. Well, it's got nothing to do, in my opinion, with like sexism in any way, shape, or form, Tekla. It's about if you want to do a game set in the universe of The Witcher, but you want to have a female protagonist, there is no reason why you can't do spin-offs set in the Witcher universe, but with something like Ciri, for example, or Yennefer, right? And call it Mage's Guild, right? A Witcher saga or some shit like that. And that's fine, right? Go for it. I'm sure I would even play that, because I think the mages have some incredibly interesting stories that you can go through. The problem is just when you make a Witcher game, Witchers are male. All the lore points to it. Females do not survive the mutation process. So they're by its very design, there cannot be a female Witcher. Titanborn, happy Thanksgiving to you as well, sir. So what are you guys doing on Thanksgiving? You know, apart from watching my stream, do you guys have some interesting stuff planned? Trial of Grass to be Witchers, but a different trial than someone into mages, like Yennefer. The males can do this one too. Yeah. There's no limitation on main becoming mages. But there's no reason why you can't invent something like that. So, for example, when the mages saw how powerful the Witchers were, they came up with a similar thing for female mages. You know, there's always something that you can do if you want to do something similar. I feel I just made that a lot harder than what it needed to be. The Mako is such a love-hate relationship. There's no love in my heart for the Mako, bro. None. Zero, zilch, absolutely nothing. This Mako, if it were to catch fire, I would celebrate it. Even if I was inside it, it would be a mercy. I hate this vehicle. It is the most annoying vehicle to drive with. And then they insist on making all of these planets so mountainous that it is almost impossible to drive. I think my biggest problem is the fact that the Mako doesn't seem to have any weight. It's completely weightless. I'm mistaken, there is something on top here, right? Oh. We just run on alcohol, is Polish story. Do the Poles drink a lot? I know you're supposed to go around the mountain, but I'm a person that believes in the shortest path profile. And the shortest path is over. Rather than trying to do this ridiculous song and dance.
Looks deserted.
The entire colony must have been transformed.
I'm on my way.
But how will they transform? Ragaru, how you doing? Icon Bethesda just copied the micro missions for Starfield. No, did they really? What the hell? Wow, I missed a lot there.
Perimeter secured.
No, not really, but Starfield is just the same thing. Oh yeah, well, I mean, Starfield is that game that would actually have benefited from being about 15 times smaller. Like, what they should have done is, instead of having 1,000 planets that you can explore, they should have had 3 planets to explore. And just put a lot of content on all 3 of those planets. Maybe limit the story to limit the story to what am I talking about? Limit the story to to Sol, just our planet, just our solar system, and you'd probably have a much better story. Time for me to head out. After I take the elderly to church, I need to hop over to a friend's house to celebrate. Epic to take care, man. Have fun. Hey, Big Tulu, you have a good day too, a good day too, man. Have fun. I have not tried Starfield since the new updates. Ragaru, have you? What's it like? Okay, so there's another huge problem here. Is that everyone? All right. Okay. Wow. Lots and lots of stuff. The Colonial Pioneer team rarely consists of more than a few dozen specialists. It's clear that none of them have survived. The Cerberus group has a lot to answer for here. All right, that's the second time we've heard of the Cerberus group. You guys might want to keep that name in mind because it's going to become important later on. Final facility and then we can go. Wait, have we been to this facility yet? No.
I smell trouble.
Oh, great. Good job, bro.
Bring it on.
pathfinding in this game. Sucks. We knew Kincaid in this stream. Don't know if we'll do it this stream already, but maybe. We have to go back before we go to Vermeer. We have to go back to the Citadel. We have a number of quests that we need to hand in, or rather storylines that we need to finish off. Hold up. Quickly want to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Take a quick break, chat. All right, I'm back. I hope everyone's back. I'm gonna take it by the silence and stream that you guys are back, and we can.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus.
Thank you very
Patching
much.
it through.
Normandy, Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
All right, Hackett. All right, Hackett. Myself some hot coffee and enjoy the start of my weekend. I like your new streaming hours. Why, thank you very much, Kiki. I'm happy to hear that. Kind of like him too. They're more fun. So you're not working tomorrow, Kiki? Fridays are always off? Wow. Wait, so you have a 4-day work week? Man, I know plenty of people who would kill for a 4-day work week. But I work 38.5 hours in those 4 days. Yeah, but I mean, not gonna lie, Kiki, like, I'm not knocking it. If that's how you guys work, that's how you work. But in South Africa, that's not enough hours. You need to do at least 45 hours a week. And then anything over 45 hours is overtime. But yeah, 45 hours is a normal work week.
Just lead the way.
Yeah. I don't know how many hours I work in a week. They'd say probably around 60. But I don't know. As a skull is scored by deflected mass accelerator shots. The xenobiology files in your hardsuit computer can't identify the species. It must have been brought here from an unknown world. Interesting. 38.5 is standard for office jobs here, if I'm not wrong. New. Here it is 45. You'd actually be hard pressed to find any job here that's going to be less than 45 hours. So it's usually 5 days a week, 10 hours a day. But then you only work 9 hours because you get an hour lunch break every day. And that equates to 45 hours. But then I remember when I was still doing like proper work, like proper office work, you'd usually stay late because you have to get stuff done, or you'd have to come in on weekends because you have to get stuff done. Like, you'd never actually just work 45. To 6 p.m. on Thursdays a bit shorter, depending on what I'm working on. Okay. I mean, I think it's literally just cultural. So people in South Africa actually take pride in the amount of hours that they work. Like, it's definitely a pride thing. Because you'll get people that will proudly tell you, I work 80 hours or 90 hours a week. And then the older people, so people my dad's age, I would say if I told my dad, like, he only needs to work 45 hours a week, he would laugh at me. He would not be okay with that. The way I count it, you have 40 hours. Wait, the way I count it, you have a 40-hour week since we do not count the break here. How do you mean do not count the breaks, Michael? Do you mean you guys have only 40 hours, or do you mean we have 40 hours? Because we don't count the breaks. That's why you work 10 hours a day. Like, you work 10 hours a day, but because it's 1 hour of lunch, that doesn't get counted.
Journey.
I don't think there's anything to gather these outposts. But then how do you only get to 40? Michael? But we have a breakfast break as well, totally 1 hour a day. Oh, so you guys only work, so you work 9 hours a day, but because you have half an hour breakfast and half hour lunch, you only work 8 hours a day, which would then be 40 hours per week. I know some people only work 40 hours a day, 40 hours a week. Although it's rarer. Most people do 45. We're almost done with this Mako stuff, I promise, guys. From here on out, as soon as we're done with all these missions, it is a straight line to the finish line. And then the story actually gets good. But you will understand why this is important later. Now you might think, Racco, you're just doing side missions, but it's not just side missions. Yeah, I would say most companies, at least in South Africa, doesn't want to do really doesn't want to do overtime. Like, if they can help it, they'd rather not do overtime. Because remember, overtime in South Africa equals time and a half pay. Right, so if the company can stop you from working overtime, they will. Although sometimes they don't have a choice. I used to work for a guy who would... He would try to make it your fault that you have to work overtime. Because if he can prove that it's your fault, he doesn't have to pay overtime. Side quests, to me at least, super important. But in this game specifically, side quests really are very important. Because a lot of these side quests will show up in the next two games. And specifically in number 3. They may have a pretty big impact. Why can't I remember? How do you repair this again? Man, I can't remember the key bindings. Is it V? Yeah. the time when I forget the clock, those minutes are unpaid. Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. So how often do you have those? Wait, why can't I? The hell? Keep this Volkov for Ashley, because she's almost certainly gonna need it. And then Ashley can use these as well. So Geeky, what are your weekend plans? Anything special or not really? Nothing special. I have a nice weekend. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Saturday, I'm helping a friend move house. Then on Sunday, I have barbecue at church all day, which is going to be super fun. And we're probably going to barbecue with my friend as well, helping him move. Either that or we'll have pizza. Usually the rule is if you help someone move, they have to give you pizza. So we'll see. off we go. I'm gonna make burgers tomorrow. Nice. Facing to play enough WoW as usual. Now it is too much to do. Usually I end up not playing much. Chilling, playing games, do the weekly grocery shopping, stuff like that. Weekly grocery shopping? Dude, I don't do weekly I do daily, like every single day, which is actually stupid because I end up wasting so much time. Michael, so what you're saying is your usual plan of playing as much WoW as possible gets interrupted, and then you don't play as much WoW as possible. Instead, you just play a little bit of WoW. Right, there's a worm here. Yep, there's a worm here. Bunch of Salarian soldiers. Vehicle and the human corpses show telltale signs of Geth weapon fire. Wait. As I would need to be to do everything on my to-do list. I'm a lazy gamer. There is nothing wrong with that, sir. Nothing right. Got any things needed to max out the trading post tender rewards? How far are you with the trading post tenders? Prothean. Nice. But yeah, I'm definitely not as addicted as I used to be to WoW. Like, I don't know if it's just me that's changed or if it's the game that's changed, but I'm definitely not as addicted as I used to be. Nowadays, it's more just like I play when I'm bored and I don't really necessarily want to like do something else. And I like you. Sometimes you want to play games, but you don't want to play hard games, if that makes sense. You don't really want to get into a massive story game right now. You don't really want to do like much of anything. You just sort of want to mindlessly grind. That's when I'll play WoW. I see you there, little buddy. Old buddy, old pal. Alright, where are these bitches? Right. Feel the same way? It's a nutty feeling. Because, I mean, there was a time where I was so addicted to World of Warcraft that it was ridiculous. And now it's more just like, nah, I'll play when I play. Gotta have tomorrow a decent meal once again, as I didn't have had anything ready because of the flu and lack of strength to do anything for a week. Also, been was enduring while being low in cash. Oh shit, Digit. Oh, you're doing alright with cash now, though. You need help, bro. Just if you need help, just DM me your PayPal and I'll send you some. Nah, you're more than welcome, bro. You wouldn't have to pay me back or anything. Just, I know what it's like to struggle, man. So please don't feel like you have to do that alone. Why do I remember this planet? I feel like I remember this planet. There was something about this planet that was different. Now I can't remember. Okay, so we have a research outpost that's been overrun by gay. Dude, is it possible for a planet to be this close to another planet? Wouldn't you just get nuked? Profile, how you doing, bro? I mean, I feel like I'd rather fight the Zerg than the Geth. Because the Zerg, at least, if you can take out the hive mind, you win. Come on. Oh, you. I'm gonna miss out on this because I'm a moron. Honey kid, how you doing? I still carry force the evolutionary virus, so I'll take the Geth. I think you're out of your mind, sir. Technically, IRL, the Geth would be one hell of a battle. Playing some BO6, and so you're online, play my favorite game. Honey kid, my favorite game too. Hence why I'm playing it again. Hoping to teach chat, you know, what good games are like. You know, just trying to install some culture. Tungsten rounds. I don't even know if this will be good on the game. We'll see, I guess. Cosmo, how you doing? I want to replay. Hey, that's what I'm doing here. There, you're gonna have to. They don't have a choice. This game has my heart. Ooh. There we go. Now we're starting to cook with fire, boys. This is scram rail. Let's go for a better scram rail. And then combat optics. Kinetic coil. Keep the combat. I wonder if you gave a combat scanner to one of your party members, does that will go for you as well, no? Let's see. and do somewhere to start off from anew. Apparently, every 12 years, as for the Sagittarius zodiac, they tend to have a serious real life change at 36, which I am. Is exactly the next big year for it. Yeah, looks like it was by fate. I don't believe in those things, but hey. Holy crap. All right, this the new bullets I have now is well, it's like little cannons. I like it. But yeah, Cosmo, I feel you, man. I felt like playing Mass Effect again. Just when's the last time we had games that had stories like this? There's no more of them in yours. Oh, the gate. Wow, that was close. We almost died, man. Bitch standing right here. How dare you not watch the Stacy Thanksgiving Parade? How dare you not want to be American? JK, get him. The what parade? And I have no problem with being American. I'm not American, but if I was American, I wouldn't mind that at all. My favorite companion, Garrus, obviously. Or if you're talking about romancing, Miranda. But she comes later. And then she shows up in the game also later. Mine is Kasumi. Of course it's Kasumi. Why wouldn't it be the Asian girl in the game? Oh, you Coomer's son of a gun. But Kazumi does have a really cool story. That is true. Oh, the other one. I mean, if we're including Mass Effect 2, the other one is, oh, what's his name? The Assassin. Did you meet? He's also really cool.
Strange. I expected one of these outposts to be the main base of operations for this incursion.
One moment. This receiver appears to be picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I would say it's coming from inside this star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use the signal to lock onto its location and take them out.
But how? What does the journal say? Grissom system, okay. We'll go do that. First anomaly. With Modern ME3 made me cry. Only time I cried to a game. I mean, I didn't cry, but it was definitely sad. Although I will say this game has a number of moments that really, you know what moment is also not sad, but definitely an emotional moment. The apartment. That's all I'll say. I won't go deeper than that, but the apartment.
Cover me.
Yeah, number 3 is such a wild ride, dude. Like, seriously, I can't wait to get to 3.
En route.
You liked Andromeda? I did not enjoy Andromeda. No, I couldn't get into Andromeda. Ashiel, how you doing? Welcome back. Welcome. I forgot you can check these rings. And sometimes they have things to discover. Damn it. Oh, Skelly Terran, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I should bring Tali on these missions, actually, now that I think about it. We're fighting Geth. It's sort of her, you know, it's her business, this. Oh yeah, sure. Always Mass Effect. Mass Effect and the Mako from Hell. I feel like if they just made this Mako actually stick, they gave it a little bit of weight, it would have been a better vehicle. We must be done with this now already. How many Asari? I think 2 more to go. Two more to go. Okay. To be honest, I remember back in the day, my PC was so crappy I couldn't have passed timer on final ME1 mission. Oh, damn. Wait, how? I guess too much lag. Yeah, dude, first time I played this was also, I think, on a borrowed PC. It wasn't even mine. And then my dad bought me a PC for uni. And of course, I made sure to buy a gaming PC. Told me that, no, Dad, this is, you need this. I mean, I'm playing it on Veteran now, but the first time I finished it on easy. Because usually when I play story games, I'm not playing for difficulty. I'm playing for the story, so I try to just get through the game as quickly as possible. I think the first game ever that I purposefully put on the hardest difficulty because I enjoyed it so much was Baldur's Gate 3. Because the combat's just so much fun. The harder the difficulty is. No! I died! Oh, come on, you bastard. Now, when is the last time it saved? When you land. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little annoyed. No, was it Tactician? I don't think it was the hardest one. It was the one just before the hardest one, whatever that was called. I can't even remember. But no, I didn't finish BG3 yet. We got distracted and started doing other things. So I still have to go back and finish BG3 at some point. Sometime later, then they added honor with no, definitely not honor. It was tactician. But I will say the combat is hard even on like normal difficulty, because I have another playthrough where I'm just sort of screwing around on normal difficulty, and even there the combat is challenging. Because it is one of the few games where the AI actually provides most of the difficulty and not just boss health. Whereas most games, like this one, for example, loves the old just make them bullet sponges. Yeah, she'll also a lot, sometimes depend on just how you approach the fights. Like your movement can sometimes be a huge impact, just placement. As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room on the monitor. A Quarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful a cappella of worlds and innocence lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. The transmitter shuts down.
We're ready, Shepard.
That's why I love that game so much, and why I think it will be hard for another studio to repeat Larian's success. I wouldn't say it's hard. It'll be challenging, but I think there's plenty of studios that can do it. The question is just, are we at some point within the gaming industry going to get to a place where game developers stop trying to hold the hand of the gamer like the gamer is 5? Because right now, I would say that's the biggest issue within the gaming industry. Every game company that makes games thinks that the audience is a bunch of morons. And so they just continuously want to make the game as straightforward as humanly possible because they're deathly afraid that if they do anything other than that, the players won't know what to do. Sometimes they're not wrong. Well, I would say the success of games like Baldur's Gate proves that even the stupidest, even the stupidest of gamers are willing to figure stuff out. All right, I know exactly who we need to talk to now. Might as well do rounds. We've just finished the mission. So let's find out.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I'm glad there aren't many aliens like the Thorian. I don't think my stomach could take it. Hell of a deal you worked out with Jong, though. If I ever get a speeding ticket, I want you to be my advocate.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Well, they know about the stonewalling you've had from the Council.
They deserve to know what we're up against.
They're on your side. They're pissed about the resistance we're getting, especially from our side. I'll have a better handle on all of it when my head stops hurting. Another L2 flare-up.
Ever thought about going back under the knife? Maybe get an upgrade?
No thanks, Commander. One slip and you can't remember your own name. The L2s spike higher anyway. My abilities would drop with pain-free L3s. It'd be a cold day before I turn myself over to a Canadic subsidiary.
You distrust them that much?
You know the records about the biotic training out on Jump Zero? They're all classified, because the Alliance made mistakes. After first contact, Canadix was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Canadix could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and EZO. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers didn't help much.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Canadix kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think, asking the Turians for help when we just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
Get your knuckles rapped a few times, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you could say that. Our instructor was a Turian by the name of Commander Vernus. A real hard-ass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic. Kind of spiraled from there, Commander.
Sounds like a classic drill instructor to me. The ones at the Macapa boot camp were brutal.
Vernus didn't just push us because it was effective training. He liked it. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago. I should get back to my duties, Commander. We're here to make history, not rehash it.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Michael, remember, from their perspective, you don't matter, right? From their perspective, you and I are acceptable collateral damage because we're hateful. And we're bigots. You have to remember that. Why would I try to make bigots comfortable?
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Maybe we could pick up where we left off. You were telling me about your interest in the Protheans.
Actually, I think I was talking about my interest in you, and making a fool of myself in the process. As I said, I am not used to dealing with people, especially humans. I did not really know much about your species when we first met, Shepard. I found it hard to take humanity seriously. Your kind always seemed so rushed and high-strung.
Has your opinion changed at all?
It has. I have been watching you and your crew. It has taught me a lot about your species. You humans are creatures of action. You pursue your goals with an almost indomitable determination. It is an admirable trait, but also an intimidating one.
You're scared of us?
Unfortunately, the rest of the galaxy sees humanity as something of a bully. You run over anyone in your path to get what you want.
Yep.
It is up to people like you to change their minds, Shepard.
Why me?
There is a reason the Council chose you to become a Spectre. They saw something special in you. The best of what humanity has to offer. I looked into your history. I know what you did on Torfin. I cannot even imagine how horrible that must have been, but you did what had to be done.
You didn't need to go behind my back. I would have told you whatever you wanted to know.
I apologize, Commander. After our last conversation, I was afraid I would say something stupid again. I wanted to know more about you. To understand what made you into the man you are. There is something compelling about you, Shepard.
You're interested in me because of my visions. You just want to know more about the Protheans.
I admit, your connection to the Protheans had something to do with my initial interest, but it has grown beyond that. You intrigue me, Shepard, but I was not sure if it was appropriate to act on my feelings. I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Chief Williams.
I care about Ash. A lot.
I thought so. Still, I feel as if there is also some attraction between us, Shepard.
I'm not interested in you in that way, Liara.
This is very embarrassing for me, Commander. Please, let's talk about something else.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I have to say no to her. We're doing my first ever Ashley playthrough, Michael. Christopher, my apologies. Cedric, how you doing, brother? But yeah, we have to friendzone her. I've never romanced Ashley, ever. So I thought, let's make this my first ever. So I kind of have to be,
Good to see you.
a dickhead.
You've been with CSEC a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
I'll bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
What happened? Why were you investigating them?
I was tasked with tracking black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
Is it just me, or is Garrus's voice more quiet than the others?
You've seen this before on the Citadel?
Every so often, some lab sells unwanted parts through the black market, but they're not as bad as the psychos. I remember this one Elcor diplomat we caught in my first year on the job. He was hacking people up and selling their organs. Had the station in a bit of a panic. But this case wasn't that clear-cut. Turns out there was more going on than we first realized.
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After a bit of digging, I discovered this Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So I went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development, but there was nothing. No Salarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
You're kidding, right? Why would anyone want Krogan testicles?
Some Krogan believe that testicle transplants can increase their virility, counteract the effects of the genophage. It doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from buying. They'll pay up to 10,000 credits each. That's 40,000 for a full set. Somebody's making a killing out there.
What did you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation, to see if I could get them to talk. While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
Good thinking. Lackeys are always easier to scare.
Exactly. Though in this case it paid off in a different way. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes. Walking, living test tubes.
He was growing parts inside these people?
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies. Then he harvested them and sold them off. Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. He just used them to make more organs. But they wouldn't listen.
No wonder you hated it there. Those idiots just let him fly away.
Yes, they did. I went to Palin and told him what I thought of him and his policies. He said if I didn't like it, I could quit. Well, I almost did. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
A few casualties is a small price to pay to stop someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those hostages might be wishing they'd died by now anyway. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salion?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that. But Commander, take me with you when you go. If it's Salion, I want to be there when you find him.
Great. You see, this is why you have to talk to your people. They give you missions.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes, a meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
It sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Jared was your father?
He was. Until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly. I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You trying to make me cry, Shepard? I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine. Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of Taun Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
South side of the Broken. We're ending their species on this run, right? Grandfather, why are you so... What?
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
You think you can use this information to destroy your enemy?
Not right away. We will need to study it. It could take years, but it will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Go ahead, make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt, one I can never repay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Saren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard. Shepard, I'm glad you're here.
Good to see you smiling again, so to speak.
I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is. But I don't want this to get in the way of our mission, Shepard. First, we stop Saren. Then I'll worry about my own problems.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the
we already
freedoms
listened
and
to this.
liberties other species take for granted.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
Okay, so I can't ask her about what.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. All I know
about
is the
this as
story
well?
of their origin. Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
So wait, why can't I speak to her about what's bothering
Hey,
her?
Shepard. You need something?
I should go.
Not yet.
See you later.
Maybe after the next mission. Yeah, but remember they're in a controlled environment effectively. They can't have too many people. Here we go, boys.
Hey, Skipper. Any interest in a small drink? It's a special occasion.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the first contact war ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
Don't tell me you're blamed for that.
Not formally. Dad got passed for promotion over and over. And I think my record merits more than garrison duty on a backwater agri-colony. Takes a special kind of thick-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
He refused to sacrifice his men just to save face for humanity. You planning to throw yourself on a sword to save face for him?
Would it make a difference? He's gone now. Dad's gone too. And who would it impress? I'll never be good enough for the Alliance. So, you still interested in me? Baggage and all?
Everyone comes with baggage, Ash. The trick is finding a matched set.
That's awful. Tell me you got that out of a fortune cookie. But hey, once we save the galaxy, maybe the Alliance will get its act together. Start acting like an actual government.
If not, we'll convince them. One way or the other, the Alliance is going to play a role in the Council.
I have a feeling things will come to a head soon. But don't worry, Shepard. I'll protect you.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Gotta admire those colonials. That's about the worst place for a colony I've ever seen. Given the option, I'd get the hell out of Dodge.
We'll
Wait.
talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
But I didn't have a drink with her. She asked me to have a drink with her.
Commander?
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Damn, Matt. Are you sure, Grofal, we didn't just screw up? I feel like we just screwed up.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Ooh. Wait, 750,000 for an armor. Wow. 600,000 for a sniper rifle. I think this is the base, or one of the base in the game. But this isn't the upgraded version of it. Let's buy this. See how it goes. Let's get that too. Let's treat ourselves. We have millions of dollars. Oh, look at me, just hiding. And this is a bad. I just bought a stupid gun. All right, never mind. It's so good. Nah, Grofal, as long as we haven't lost her yet, I'm happy with whatever we do. Oh shit, it's 9 o'clock already? Dude, I have to go to bed. I just realized. Holy crap. Oh, damn. Damn. Time flew? Oh, yeah. I did not realize that it's already 9. Oh, bro. Yeah, and I have to be up tomorrow at like 5:30 because I have to go Maine's book club. And then I go to the beach, and then we work, and then I shoot podcast, and then we stream. Because we won't be streaming this weekend, so we have to stream tomorrow. To get, well, we'll probably do Vermeer tomorrow and finish the Citadel stuff, and it's going to be mega fun, I think. Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be super fun. But, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me. Grofal, I'm very much looking forward to ME2 and ME3 because I feel like ME2 and ME3 really got well, not 3 so much because 3 is a whole different game, but 2 got the pacing a lot better than 1. Still a lot of side quests, but not nearly as many as in 1, and also the main storyline seems to fit a little bit better with even the side quests. So I feel like 2 really was just perfection. But no, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope you had fun. I know I did. I will be back tomorrow, probably around 1 o'clock my time, so a little bit earlier than today. Maybe a little bit after 1, actually, 2 o'clock. Just keep an eye out on Discord. I'll let you know there as soon as I go live, or, if you're following me already on YouTube, or on Twitch, or on Twitter, you will get a notification that I am going live over on any one of those 3 platforms. So yeah, I hope to see you back here tomorrow as we continue our journey on Mass Effect 1. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other, be kind to each other, have a lovely further Thanksgiving to all of my American viewers, and just a happy Thursday to everyone else. Peace.